Have a seat. Have a seat. I think we've got you
Oh, we have
somewhere.
sound now.
We have better sound now. Before the sound was a little bit light, and I couldn't quite hear as well as I'd like. We got stuff on the sound, but if you want to pull up a little bit, that's fine. But whatever you're comfortable with. Okay. How was your night?
Good.
I see what you mean about this room being, or your room here being much smaller.
Yeah.
And you don't have a regular bunk. The bunk is down on the floor,
Right.
isn't it? You know what I'd like to do before we get started? I would like to test your eyes a little bit.
Okay.
We talked about the dilated pupils. I want to check the constriction of them with the flashlight, stuff like that, okay?
Okay.
Great. If I can get this little flashlight working. So if you just look off into the infinity there for a minute, I'm just going to look at your pupils a little. Fine. Kind of right, I guess. Now, I'm going to ask you to look off and focus on that restroom, or on that shower sign. Focus there, and then focus on my finger. And now out there. Now on my finger. Good, thank you. Everything was normal, by the way. I'd make a little note of it. Did you think of any questions or anything about our sessions yesterday that you wanted to bring up?
Nope.
Okay. Do you remember what we were talking about when we left off?
No, I don't.
Don't feel bad because I'm not sure either. Let's just jump in here. I know we had talked a bit yesterday about the time that you were pretty depressed, particularly in December of 11, I think, right? What's the time in your life that you've been absolutely the most depressed?
I'd say it was around that time.
Around that time? Okay. Any other times in your life that came close to that?
No.
Okay. And by depressed, I mean down, blue, sad, maybe feeling hopeless?
Yeah, there wasn't anything like that.
Okay. How about times in your life when you've thought of killing yourself or hurting yourself? I remember asking about that yesterday, but I'm not sure if I asked at any time during your life.
No, there weren't any other times.
Okay. Have you ever tried to hurt yourself or kill yourself?
Just parasuicide, like.
I'm sorry?
Parasuicide.
And what do you mean by parasuicide?
Not going all the way through with it, kind of.
Okay. And what was it that you did that didn't go all the way through with it? What was it that you did, may I ask?
I just kind of sawed at my wrist.
Okay. With what?
Cardboard.
How old were you?
Early teen.
Early teens. Okay. Can you tell me what was going on in your life when you did that? Sounds like you probably felt very bad.
It was when I had to move back to San Diego.
And I recall you're saying you didn't want to leave your friends.
Right.
But did you do that after you moved back or before you moved back?
On the trip moving back.
On the trip.
Yep.
Where were you? Can you tell me more about what happened?
I was in our van on the trip moving back.
Tell me more.
Well, I just felt ignored.
Ignored in what way?
In the decision to go back to San Diego.
So you're in the van. Tell me the process, if you will.
I don't know if there's a process to it or not, but
Where were you sitting? What was going
the
on?
very back.
Okay. How did people discover what you were doing?
They didn't.
Nobody ever found out about it?
Nope.
Okay. Tell me more about the sawing as you describe it and what kind of cardboard it was. There's a lot more to this, I think.
It was just a regular cardboard, like you see in a moving box or something.
I'm not getting the whole video of it. Can you describe the video of it?
Well, there's nothing else to say about it.
Not for you, maybe, but I'm hearing some missing things. Like, where did you cut? How bad was it? All kinds of things like that.
At the wrist, it wasn't bloody. It just broke the skin, though.
You felt like no one was listening to you.
Yep.
Do you remember what you thought might happen as you were doing that?
No, I don't remember what I was thinking.
And no one ever noticed the abrasions or the cuts or something?
Well, they're at the place where the wrist bends anyway, so there's a line there that kind of masks it.
So if I were to ask your mom or your dad if you'd ever done anything like that, they would probably say no.
Right.
Okay. Why did you not tell somebody?
I don't know.
Any guesses?
Just because they wanted to keep it private.
My thought is a private pain that you were feeling. Maybe that's not your thought, but that reminds me of keeping a pain inside.
Yeah, not discussing.
Did you do that with pain a lot over your life? Keep it inside and not discuss it?
Yeah, I didn't see any need to discuss it.
What kinds of pain have you kept inside?
Just physical pain, I guess.
Tell me more if you can.
I don't know anything else.
Sure you do. What kind of pain have you had that you've kept inside over the years?
I don't recall any.
No pain over the years?
None that I recall.
You've talked here about lots of things that trouble you and are painful inside? You've already talked about some of them, so I know they're there.
Yeah, I didn't feel like discussing it
Here or before?
before.
Okay. Can you discuss it here? The pain that's inside, that was inside, whether it was in school or at other times?
Um, well, there's nothing to discuss.
I disagree. I think there's a lot to discuss.
Okay.
What do you suppose is kind of keeping you from discussing?
Well, that I've always kept it inside. Yeah.
You don't want to bring it out right now?
If I could recall what it is.
So you're saying if it's not that you don't wish to bring it out with me, it's that you really don't have any memory of that? No, you don't have any knowledge of that?
Right.
Of any kind of pain that you've kept inside? How about the frozen things, the shyness and awkwardness that's
Well, we already
been
talked
so
about
troubling
that.
to you? So that would be one example. It's okay to talk about things twice or three times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shrinks like to hear things lots of different times in different ways.
Oh,
You've talked with shrinks before, you know that.
no.
How tough is it to keep the shyness and social difficulty inside you and not talk about it?
Not difficult at all.
Have you ever had the feeling that it might be helpful to talk about pain that's inside with somebody?
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
Did you ever wish you could talk with anybody about it?
No.
There were times in your life when I think your parents took you to somebody to talk about things, right? I can think of a couple. Maybe they're not quite what we're talking about. Do you remember those times?
Yeah, with another therapist.
Okay.
I just ended up not saying much.
That's interesting. Your folks apparently thought that you were hurting inside, that there was something.
I don't know if it was because of me or it was just family therapy.
So what? And we're talking now about the fellow named Mel.
Yeah, Mel.
Yeah. What was it that got you all to see Mel?
Oh, I think it was my mom's decision. I don't know what made her decided to take us to family therapy though.
You were pretty young at that time, am I right?
Teens.
Oh, you were in your teens. Okay. So you likely had some idea of why she wanted the family to go see Mel. What do you suppose it was?
Maybe build a stronger, more connected relationship with each other.
Was there something that wasn't strong and wasn't connected in the family at that time?
Not early, though.
Then why do you suppose she thought that needed improving?
See, I don't know why she did it.
When you went to see Mel, what happened in those sessions?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything at all about the sessions? What the building looked like? What the office looked like?
It looked like a typical office building. And then the room had bookshelves, that kind of thing.
Okay. You remember how the family sat in the room? How did the family sit in the room?
On a couch together.
Okay. What might the family have been talking about? What is it logical to speculate that they might have been talking about?
I don't know. I just remember Mel telling the story about how he got uh, hit by a car riding his bicycle, and like got all mad at the guy because he didn't apologize to him.
So that was Mel's story.
So I know Mel's story, and I don't know my mom's story, I guess.
What do you make of the fact that you remember Mel's story, but not the more important story, and that would be your family's story?
Because I guess our story never came out.
Your story never came out. How many times did y'all see Mel?
Like 10 times, I think.
Lots of times.
Yeah.
There's lots of chances for the story to come out. What was it about the story that made it not want to come out?
I don't know. I guess because I'm not a very sharing person, I guess.
Was it just you, or was nobody talking? Nobody wanted it to come out.
I think my mom was talking, but I don't know what she said.
If you had been a sharing person, what might you have said?
I don't know.
Was that a time when you were pretty uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable in what way?
I'm not sure because I wasn't there. But there was something that drove your mom or suggested to your mom that going to see Mel would be a good idea, and that was pursued for 10 whole sessions.
Yeah, I didn't really see the point.
What was going on in your life and your mind and yourself at that time?
Just same old routines.
Like what?
Like games, sports, that kind of thing.
And refresh me, if you will, what games and what sports?
Video games and soccer.
That was a while after you came back to San Diego, right? Or was it just after you came back to San Diego?
I don't think it was a long time after. Just kind of medium.
One more try. What might there have been going on in your part of the family, your life in particular, that might have contributed to Mom saying, we need to get some help with this?
Nothing unusual.
So you weren't part of her reason?
I doubt that. I think I was part of the reason.
And in what way might you have been, or were you part of the reason?
Well, because I'm part of the family.
We're getting into kind of a tautology here.
Yeah.
It's getting circular.
I don't know her reason for starting therapy.
I don't either, because I wasn't there. You're the only person in the room who was there.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Okay. I asked you about yourself and being depressed and thoughts of hurting yourself. Has anybody in the family ever been severely mentally ill or severely depressed? And
in my extended family, yeah.
Mother, father, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents?
My mom's father had to be institutionalized a couple times, but I don't know why. unfortunately.
Did you know him at all?
Only when I was very little.
And did he pass away when you were little and you didn't know him, or is there some other reason you didn't know him?
He passed away when I was little too. So.
Okay. And what, so far as you remember or were told or figured out, what was his difficulty?
They didn't tell me.
What do you think?
Maybe depression.
He was hospitalized, you said?
That's what my parents told me.
Okay. So far as you know, one way or the other, did he die by his own hand, by committing suicide?
No, I think he got cancer or something.
Okay. Anyone else in the family been in a mental hospital or had significant psychiatric issues or problems?
My aunt on my father's side, I think she's schizophrenic.
That would be Betty Holmes?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Tell me about your Aunt Betty.
She has paranoid delusions, I think. She doesn't talk much, but she's a kind and loving aunt.
Okay. What do you mean by paranoid delusions? In terms of her?
I think she thinks there are people that are after her, kind of thing.
Okay. Has she been hospitalized before?
I don't know.
Not sure. Okay. When was the last time you saw Aunt Betty?
A couple Thanksgivings ago.
What do you remember about that meeting, that Thanksgiving?
I don't know, it was just a normal Thanksgiving.
You remember anything about Aunt Betty? Excuse me.
No.
When you say a couple Thanksgivings ago, it was before you were arrested, right?
Right.
Okay. Would it have been the Thanksgiving before you were arrested? That is, give or take November of 2011?
I'm not sure if it's that one or the one before.
Okay. After you went to grad school?
It was, okay, so it was before I went to grad school.
Okay. You don't know much about Granddad, but you do have memories and interactions with Aunt Betty. Are there any ways that you're similar to or quite different from Aunt Betty?
Well, I used to drive around a lot. She doesn't use her car much. Kind of stays at her living situation most of the time.
So that's a difference.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me some more differences or similarities.
She doesn't talk very much either. She goes to bed like at 7 o'clock, which is really early.
Okay. Any other differences or similarities?
Not that I can think of.
Any speculation about why she doesn't talk very much?
No, not really. I guess it's just part of who she is.
Okay. You think she's a shy and awkward person? You've used those words to describe yourself.
I don't know if she's awkward or not, but I'd say she was shy.
Okay. Is there anybody in the family that you feel some similarities with? You often hear people say, I'm just like my grandfather, I'm just like my uncle, I'm just like my dad, or something like that.
I'd say I'm like my dad and my mom.
Okay. More like, I didn't quite hear you.
More like my dad.
Okay. In what ways? Can you explain that to me?
Both kind of have a bit of OCD,
OCD meaning?
obsessive compulsive disorder.
And whenever somebody uses terms like that with me, I always ask, what do you mean by OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder?
Um, like being fastidious, uh, detail oriented, and stuff.
Any other similarities, either within the OCD concept or something else?
Um, my dad's more introverted than extroverted, kind of like me too.
Is your dad a happy guy?
Yeah,
I know that they're upset that this has happened to you and that you're in the situation that you're in. But other than that, um, you feel he's a reasonably happy guy?
yeah, he's happy.
Okay. How about differences between you and your dad?
Um, he's very mathematical. He's got like a bunch of degrees in mathematics, statistics.
You're not mathematically inclined yourself, even though.
Not solely mathematics.
Oh, okay. Are you a happy guy? I know the situation is very, very
Um,
difficult, but
not
say
right now. No.
not right now. That's fair. Let me kind of rephrase. Before you were arrested, say as you were in graduate school, were you a pretty happy guy or no?
Uh, no, I'd say no.
And we know that you had some depressed times. In between those depressed times, were you still not happy, or were you pretty happy?
I'd say I was happy in between the depressed times.
Okay. How about back in college?
I'd say I was happy there too.
Happy. What were the things, I'm tempted to say the differences, but what were the things that made you a happy guy back in college and a less happy guy in grad school?
There was less public speaking and kind of less necessity of public speaking in college.
Anything else?
No.
So public speaking brought happiness to an end for you? I mean, that's essentially what you said.
It made me kind of unhappy.
How is public speaking so powerful that it brings an end to happiness for James Holmes? How is it that powerful or that distressing for you?
Because I worry over saying the right things.
Okay. Anybody else in the family that's had significant psychiatric or psychological problems, as far as you know?
I think my dad's father also had like OCD.
And what brings you to that thought?
Uh, that's just what my parents said. Because I was little and he died too.
So both your grandfathers passed away when you were little.
Yep.
How about the grandmothers?
They lived a lot longer, I would say.
Any difference between the way your dad has relationships with people and the way you had relationships with people up to the time that you were arrested?
I don't know about my dad's relationships.
What do you see in your dad vis-a-vis other people? That's a kind of obtuse way to ask it, I guess. But you see him with your mom. You've described what he's like with your mom. You've seen him with other people. Perhaps he's talked about other relationships within and without the family. How is that similar to or different from your relationships?
I'm not aware of how his relationships.
Does he have friends?
Yeah.
Did you have friends?
Yeah.
Was the way you worked with or interacted with your friends similar, as far as you can tell, to the way your dad interacted with his friends, or different?
I assume they're similar, but I don't know
Okay.
for sure.
About how many really good friends did you have up to mid-July of 2012?
About 5.
About 5. Here's an odd question. How old do you think your dad was when he married your mom? Do you happen to know or no?
Late 30s, I think.
Late 30s. Okay. Do you know if they knew each other in their 20s?
I think they met at UC Berkeley during a tennis game, their introductory tennis.
Okay. What was the story of their, if you know it, the story of their relationship and their courtship and eventual marriage?
I don't know that much about what happened after that.
Okay. Did you ever have thoughts of marrying or having a family yourself?
Yeah.
Tell me about those thoughts.
Just get a good job to pay for a nice house and support my kids through their life kind of thing.
What other pictures or fantasies or thoughts did you have about a future with a wife and family?
What was the question?
What other pictures or thoughts or fantasies did you have about a future with a wife and family?
I didn't really have much thoughts beyond that.
When you were going with Gargi, did y'all talk about a future together, or was it not that close a relationship?
She said she didn't see a future together.
Really?
Yeah.
When in the relationship did she tell you that?
When she broke up with me.
Okay. What would go into her saying that to you and breaking up with you?
I don't know. She didn't give a reason why she said that.
Speculate for me. You're a smart guy. Speculate for me.
I guess she couldn't picture a family life with me.
What would have been lacking in a family life with you? If anything, what do you think?
Probably ample conversation.
When you were with her, was there ample conversation?
There was enough.
You've said before several times that people you're close to, you're much more facile with conversation than people that you're not close to.
Right.
Okay. You were pretty darn familiar with Gargi.
Right.
So what was the conversation like, or rather, what was the conversation like with Gargi?
Uh, it came easy.
Talking with many people, you answer in few words. You use the word concise.
Yeah.
You don't volunteer much on your own.
Right.
Um, what's the difference between that and the way you were with Gargi, or was it similar with Gargi?
Um, I guess it was similar.
Then I'm confused. You said things were easier with people you were close to.
Yeah.
Am I misunderstanding something or missing something?
Well, I still didn't talk excessively, but I talked more with them.
Okay. Would that be a difference in quantity but not a difference in quality? Or is that not a reasonable way to describe it? That is, the quality of your, let's just say, conversation is about the same, but there was a little more of it.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else about you that you think might have caused Gargi to say, I don't see a future with you?
Not that I know of.
Did y'all ever talk about a future together at other times in your relationship?
No, that was the only time.
Tell me about the breakup and how you felt. Did this come suddenly, or did you see it coming?
I noticed it coming. Yes.
I'm sorry?
I noticed it coming. Okay.
How did you notice it coming?
Well, she was acting more distant.
How did that make you feel?
Sad.
Sad. Tell me about sad.
Well, sad that the relationship is ending.
Had you ever felt that kind of sadness before? The particular kind of sadness?
No.
This was the first time you'd had a relationship like that. I think you told me, right?
Right.
So what's the sadness that goes with that kind of breakup? What's that sadness like?
Debilitating.
Debilitating?
I guess I was morose then.
Two big words. Can you break them down into smaller words and longer sentences? Debilitating, morose.
Just that I didn't feel as energetic as usual.
How did your life change if you didn't feel energetic and you were debilitated, morose? What did you do?
Um, I did more escapism, watching TV, that kind of thing.
Watching TV, anything else?
Listening to music.
And once again, the kind of music you listen to primarily?
Techno, trance.
Okay. And what kind of TV?
Comedy.
Tell me what comedies. That's interesting.
Arrested Development. Big Bang Theory. Louis C.K.
The first two I'm pretty familiar with. I've never watched Louis C.K.
He's kind of a pessimistic comic.
So is it stand-up, or does he have a situation comedy situation?
Uh, it's kind of him going through his daily life, but he's also done stand up as well.
Do you think there's any significance or, excuse me, lack of coincidence about those three comedies? A pessimistic comic, Big Bang Theory, and Arrested Development. Any particular reason you think you like those three comedies?
Well, they were humorous.
Well, sure. Anything else?
They were witty.
Anything else?
Um, I guess he kind of mirrored my situation sometimes.
That's kind of what I was wondering. Can you tell me more about how they may have mirrored your situation?
Well, the Big Bang Theory is about how this guy named Leonard interacts with Penny, and they have relationships that start and end too.
So, of the characters on Big Bang Theory, and I promise you I know them all because I watch a lot of Big Bang Theory.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, the one you picked to talk about initially was Leonard and Penny.
Right.
Are any of those characters kind of like you, or you kind of get into a particular character?
I kind of identify with Leonard the most.
So, what's Leonard like on the Big Bang Theory? Suppose that I had never watched Big Bang Theory. What's Leonard like?
Well, he's a strong scientist, and he's kind of socially awkward as well.
What else?
He's also humorous. He's funny.
How does he get along in life? On the program, anyway.
Well, usually has adventures with his friends.
Do you have adventures with your friends? Did you?
Yep.
Tell me some of the adventures with your friends.
Well, we went hiking at Dino Ridge. We went to the History Museum, I think it is. Natural History Museum. And we toured like beer factories.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's Dino Ridge? I'm not familiar with Dino Ridge.
It's close to Red Rocks. It's just got fossilized imprints of dinosaur feet.
Okay. And the friends that you're speaking of, can you name them for me?
Well, they're in Colorado. They're Gargi, Ben, Tim.
Anybody else?
Not for those trips, no.
Okay. So it's Gargi Data, Ben Garcia, Tim Tapscott, is that right?
All right.
Tapscott. Okay. Did y'all pal around quite a bit then?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a little like of course there were more than 4 people in the Big Bang Theory, but
Right.
there was Penny and then all the guys.
Yep.
Okay. The beer factory tour, that's interesting. Tell me about that.
I forget the name of it, but they make Fat Tire beer, which is like my favorite beer.
Okay.
and they had like a bunch of samples throughout the tour, so you got to taste all their beers.
How did I know that?
The good part of the tour.
Yeah. The adventures on Big Bang Theory are often social, very social adventures, going to a bar or and where the folks, particularly Leonard, I guess, are not sure what it's going to be like. Does that resonate at all with the adventures and things that you do with your friends?
Yeah, it sounds similar to what I do.
What's the most adventurous one that you can think of right now?
Just going to a bunch of different bars on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh. Tell me about the St. Patrick's Day bar hop.
Well, the first bar I went to was an Irish bar, and they played a bunch of Irish music and had balloons that are tossed everywhere. Then we went to like kind of just normal bar that wasn't based on Irish or anything like that, and drank a bunch. And then we went to a bar called Rock Bar, which they had music and a dance floor and stuff.
And this was a St. Patrick's Day?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know what year it was? It was after you were here at grad school, of course. Would it have been 2012 or 2011, or do you know?
I think it was 2012.
Okay. So would that have been toward the end of your relationship with Gargi? I'm trying to put the calendar together.
I don't remember.
Okay. But at that time, you were all palling around, and the relationship with Gargi was good, or no?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay. And St. Patrick's Day, if I remember right, is in March.
Right.
Okay. So of that group, if you're the Leonard, I'm making a leap here, I know. If you're the Leonard and Gargi's the Penny, the other guys don't have a girl.
Right.
Okay. Does that bring up any thoughts? Did Ben and Tim not have a girl and James did?
No, nothing.
When Gargi broke up with you, and from what you say, it was kind of a one-sided breakup. She was the one that left.
Yeah, and then like a couple weeks later, we got back together. And then I broke up with her.
How was it that you got back together? How did that work?
I guess she wanted a non-committal relationship, so I figured that was better than nothing.
Okay. So what happened between you two? What was the relationship like in that second relationship, if you will?
It was just like the first, except I knew there was not going to be a future between us.
Did you pretty much know that, or did you have hopes that there would be a future?
No hopes.
Okay. Same time spent together, same intimacy or sex, same enjoyment of each other?
Yep.
Okay. How long did that last?
I think a couple months.
Okay. So that would bring us up to roughly when?
May, I think.
Okay. Of 2012.
Right.
Okay. Then you broke up with her.
Right.
Tell me about that.
Well, I just told her I wasn't happy, and I didn't want to do the relationship anymore.
Was that the truth? Was that the case?
Yeah.
In what way were you not happy? Why did you want the change?
Because I wanted a committed relationship.
Okay. And how did she take it? How did the breakup itself take place?
She took it well, I would say.
Did you miss her after that breakup?
No.
What did she go and do? I mean, what happened to Gargi after that?
We stopped hanging out, so I don't know what she was up to.
Did you stop hanging out with all that group, or just stopped hanging out with Gargi?
The whole group.
The whole group. Tell me about stopping hanging out with the group.
Well, we didn't do any more activities together.
Any particular reason?
It reminded me too much of Gargi.
Did the group call you up or text you and want to hang out, or?
Nope.
But they were all friends. But you were all
we were all
friends.
friends.
Yeah. What do you make of the fact that they didn't say invite you to go do things, or did they? Maybe they did.
No, it kind of ended when the relationship ended.
That's odd to me that you have 3 friends, and the breakup with one of them cuts
I
things.
guess Gargi was kind of the glue that kept it together.
Sounds like they may have sided with Gargi in some way. Or maybe that's not the right term to use.
It was more I left, not participating with them anymore.
So you're saying it was more you that left them than them that left you? Or am I missing
Yeah,
it?
that's pretty much.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? About you leaving them?
Well, I just didn't do any more stuff with them.
Did you do stuff with other people besides, rather than them?
Yeah.
What other people?
Hillary, I went on a hike with her.
That's Hillary Allen?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did Hillary come into your life?
Well, I texted her to see if she wanted to hang out.
And you knew her from what?
She's in the same neuroscience class.
So you texted Hillary, and what'd you say?
Sure.
Okay. So tell me about the things that you did with Hillary and what she was like.
Well, it was only that one hike, so there wasn't much else.
Is there a reason there was only one hike? Only one interaction?
She asked to see if we wanted to do anything else, but by that time I had red hair. I was kind of out of it.
So she was asking to do other things, and what does your red hair have anything? What does that have to do with not doing more things with Hillary?
I kind of didn't want to hurt her by putting her in jeopardy.
You know, what kind of jeopardy?
Of being like the girlfriend to a murderer.
So at that point, you had decided that you were a murderer?
That I was going to be.
Setting aside, and maybe that's the wrong thing to do, the part about you wanting to protect her, was she a pretty nice person, tough to give up?
Yeah, she was nice and friendly.
And the reason that you gave her up was solely that you wanted to protect her?
Yeah.
Sounds like that becoming a murderer was very important to you at that point. To give up friends, to give up the possibility of the relationship with Hillary.
Yeah.
How was that feeling, that thought, that set of thoughts developing in you at that point? And we're talking about May, June?
Yeah, May and June.
How were those thoughts developing in you at that point?
Kind of consuming me.
It's an interesting word. Can you tell me what you mean, consuming you?
And it became the main focus.
If it was the main focus, what was it pushing out?
Doing well in school, making new friends.
So it was pushing school away from your life. It was pushing making new friends away from your life. And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that
That's
what
correct,
you're saying?
yeah.
Okay. Did that happen all of a sudden, or did that
It was kind of a gradual process.
a gradual process? Can you put your finger on about when it may have started inside you?
When I first bought a taser and a knife.
And I've got a timeline here about your buying stuff, but can you tell me about when that was?
I think it was in May. I'm not positive.
Let me look at the timeline. Okay. So that's about when the thoughts began to fill your life? Or tell me in your
Kind of
words
take
rather than my
over.
words. I'm sorry.
Kind of take over.
What was the process that led to your buying the taser and the knife? What was that like? That's what I'm asking.
Initially, I rationalized it as like self-defense.
Okay. Did you think about the purchase very long, or did it come to you kind of all of a sudden?
No, it was just all of a sudden.
What'd you know about tasers and knives up to then? How did you pick a particular taser or that particular knife?
Uh, I just looked at the different types and kind of chose it random.
Chose it at random? Is
Yeah.
that what you said? Did you research it at all?
I looked at the different types and the different prices.
Where did you look at it? In the store, online,
Online.
magazines? Online. So what did you choose?
I chose a taser that looks like a cell phone.
Okay. Remember the brand name or the model?
No,
And where did you acquire it? Where'd you get it?
Amazon.
Okay. Your thoughts at that time, you used the word rationalize, but your thoughts at that time had to do with self-defense.
Right, that's what it was initially.
What was in your mind? What were the pictures or thoughts or fantasies in your mind about self-defense?
That I would be attacked by people.
What do those people look like?
Thugs.
Where are they? What's the circumstance? Can you expand on that a bit?
Just like walking down the street and thugs rob me.
What do they take from you? What do they do?
Beat me up.
How? What's the video there?
Just with their fists and steal all my money and stuff.
What happens to you after that?
They can't because I taser them instead.
If you don't taser them, what would happen?
Then I'd have to go through recovery, the hospital.
You'd been in some fights when you were a little kid, as I
Not
recall.
serious kind of play fight.
Okay. Had you ever been beat up badly before?
No.
Okay. So the taser comes in a box marked Amazon, and the knife with it. What sort of knife was it?
I think it was Smith & Wesson folding knife.
Okay. So that comes in a box from Amazon, and what do you think?
That I'm safe.
Did you end up carrying them?
Sometimes.
Did you know how to use them? How did you figure out or assume that you would use them if the occasion arose?
While I practiced, there was like a pivot screw on the folding knife as you flip open. And the taser is just a button you press. It's a lot louder than I thought it would be.
So you pressed it, you tested it how many times?
The taser just twice.
Okay. I assume there's a limited charge on it, or was it rechargeable?
It's rechargeable.
Rechargeable. How did you test it?
I just pressed the button and saw the electric arc.
So it was a contact taser with little points in the arc
Right.
between them. It wasn't one that
It wasn't a shooter.
shoots out. Okay. You said that the idea to purchase those things came quickly. Were there any thoughts about needing to defend yourself or wanting to assault other people before that?
Not that I know of.
Yesterday you talked about the frozen situations, neither fight nor flight, and kind of frozen in a social situation. and thoughts came to you about nuclear winter and about the saw.
Right.
When's the first time you recall having those kinds of thoughts?
Early high school.
Early high school. In early high school, was there ever anything more specific? I guess the saw is pretty specific. But ever anything about wanting to get a weapon or wanting to kill people or hurt people?
No, it wasn't realistic. It was just kind of obtrusive thoughts.
Okay. Was anybody particularly troublesome for you in high school or college for that matter? Somebody that picked on you or had it in for you or made you very uncomfortable?
No.
After getting the taser and the knife, let me be clear, those were the first weapons that you purchased?
Yeah, and part of the reason I purchased them was because Hillary had someone slash her or like screen window something.
I'm remembering something like that. Tell me more about that, please.
She just said she almost had a break in. So I would be prepared if I had a break in.
Did you advise her about being prepared?
No.
Or this had more to do with protecting you than protecting her?
Yes.
What's the next thought that you had that you can recall about getting a weapon or something like that? Defensive or offensive?
Then it was offensive when I got tear gas, I think.
Okay. And that was about when?
I don't know. You have the timeline.
Yes, I do. I'm trying to.
Okay.
I would like to verify the timeline and see
I'm not sure
if you remember it similarly now to when you were. Actually, this probably had to do with researching the actual purchases, but I'd much rather hear it from you than look at somebody else's record.
Well, the record would probably be more accurate.
Yeah, but that's not always my purpose, is it? My purpose is to see what's in you, to try to understand what's in you.
So I think it was May or June.
Okay. Remember the thoughts about buying the tear gas? What came to mind? What pressed you to do it?
No, I don't know how it changed from self-protection to aggression, offensive.
I suppose tear gas can be both offensive and defensive. But you're saying offensive is what you just said.
I primarily thought of it as offensive.
Okay.
Kind of crowd control.
Okay. Remember what your thoughts were at the time of what situation might arise in which you might use it?
If there was a riot, or if I started a riot, kind of.
And how would tear gas come into that?
It would disperse the crowd.
And how is that an offensive move?
Because you're forcing someone to move.
Can we take it a little further? How does that accomplish an offensive task for you, if that's what you're speaking of?
I'm not sure.
My first thought is that it forces people to run away from it.
Right, that's what it's traditionally.
Why do you want them to run away from it?
So they wouldn't attack me.
That sounds defensive.
I guess it's both.
So what are you going to do as a result of their running away from you?
Avoid being attacked.
Anything else you're going to do?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall roughly what the next things that you bought were?
Then I think I bought the handgun.
And which handgun or what handgun did you buy?
Glock 22, 40 caliber.
Okay. Was this also online, or did you get it at a store or order it?
I tried to buy it online because it was cheaper online, but there's firearm transfer. There's a bureaucracy to it. You have to go through. So I just went to the in-store and bought it there.
Okay. You remember what store you went to?
Gander Mountain.
They don't have Gander Mountain where I live, so tell me about Gander Mountain. What's Gander Mountain?
It's basically like selling camp supplies, outdoor supplies. Has the gun section.
Okay. Any particular reason you chose a Glock 40 or Glock 22 40 caliber?
The 40 caliber has more stopping power than the 22 or 9 mil. So that's why I chose that one.
But less than a 44 or 45. Why'd you pick 40?
Well, as you go up, it creates more recoil in the gun. So you're less accurate, I guess.
Sounds like you researched that a bit.
A little, yeah.
How did you research it?
Just online searches.
Okay. You got a Glock 40 with these characteristics. Anticipating what, if anything?
That I could use it for self-defense initially. But then it went towards other purposes.
Other purposes?
Yeah, offensive.
Like what?
Like shooting a person.
At the time, if you remember, what was the picture or the thought or the fantasy in which you might use it?
Well, just in a mass murder situation.
That's different, at least in my mind, from shooting an individual person, a single person who's near you or in the room with you. You said mass murder. Tell me what the thought was.
Shooting into the crowd instead of picking out people.
Okay. Did you have a particular crowd in mind or particular setting in mind at that time?
No, not at that time.
So, going back now over 2 years, what do you think the crowd looked like? Where was it? What were they doing? What was going on?
It was just a crowd. There wasn't any specific setting to it. So it was still abstract.
In that abstract, in general, was the crowd, for example, trying to do something to you? Or doing something else? Or
They were just going about their business.
okay. Was there anything frightening about these people to you? In the thoughts at that time?
No.
Okay. Yesterday we talked about a word that some people use to describe you inside as angry.
Right.
Okay. As you were thinking about these things, buying a Glock, ordering the tear gas, Are you angry, or what's the thought inside you at that time?
Kind of that I have a mission to complete.
Mission to complete.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound angry, but maybe it is. Is angry in there anywhere?
No, there's no anger.
Okay. Tell me more about the mission to complete thought.
Um, just that it was something I had to do.
Did the word mission come out of you or come from somewhere else?
From me.
From me, from you. Okay. Did the having to do it come from inside you or from somewhere else?
Inside me.
What do you make of that? What's the something you had to do? Tell me more about what that is.
It's like I was obligated to do it.
In what way obligated?
That there was no other alternative to doing something else compared to it.
And what creates a situation where there's no other alternative?
A depressed situation where I transferred my feelings from suicide to homicide.
What brings you to that explanation that the obligation came from, in your words, a depressed situation where you transferred your feelings from suicide to homicide? Where does that explanation or interpretation come from?
I just made it up, imagined it.
Is that what you were thinking or imagining at the time, or you just made it up just now with me?
No, at the time.
That's interesting to me and a little confusing to me. You just made it up and imagined it, that it was a transfer from the suicidal to the homicidal.
Yeah, so I take my suicidal thoughts and make them go away by having homicidal thoughts.
Had anyone or anything taught you that that was a possibility, or what brought you to that conclusion that my suicidal thoughts will go away if I have homicidal thoughts or do homicidal things?
That's just what I figured would happen.
What you figured would happen.
Yeah.
So a little earlier we talked about suicidal thoughts. What were the suicidal thoughts like, if you remember?
Well, I didn't have them because I transferred it.
Okay. The word unconscious comes to mind. Does that come to your mind too, or not?
No.
Then how do you figure you had suicidal thoughts?
Because I was like almost catatonic.
What do you mean by the catatonic?
Like didn't have the drive to do anything other than the mission I made.
What else how else is catatonic kind of defined in your mind at that time? Or now for that matter?
A lack of energy, just not willing to get up or do things that I normally do.
And that's the way you felt?
Yep.
In May, June, I think we're talking about, of 2012?
Yeah.
Were you still going to classes at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. When did your prelims come out? When were those?
June, I think.
This was before the prelims?
Yes.
Okay. Were you staying in bed all the time, or were you actually getting it?
Um, every opportunity I had, I would stay in bed. But if I had to go to class, I would get up.
At this point, you weren't seeing your friends anymore, is that right?
Right.
Were you interacting with them by text or email or IM or anything like that?
No, I deleted their numbers.
Really?
Yeah.
And why'd you delete their numbers?
Because I kind of figured our friendship was over.
Any reason not to keep them in your phone, even if the friendship is over? Deleting numbers sounds to me like an active disconnection on your part.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what was the logic of that as contrasted with just ignoring them?
Well, in a way, it was ignoring them.
But you did something active. You deleted their numbers.
Right.
Of course, you could have called them anyway or texted them anyway. But the numbers were deleted from your phone, huh?
Yeah, kind
Okay.
of out of sight, out of mind.
Okay. Did they reach out to you or try to contact you or ask you to do things? Or?
No.
No. That sounds like a kind of a loss. You have 4 or 5 friends that then you don't have them all in the course of a couple of weeks.
Right.
Did you feel a loss or a sadness with that or no?
Yeah, I felt sad and depressed.
Tell me more about the sadness and depressed at that loss.
Well, they've been my friends for a month, so I was sad to see them go.
If they didn't go, you dismissed them. Is that right?
Yes.
It sounds like a small distinction, but it also sounds like a significant distinction.
Well, it's kind of mutual abandonment.
How did they abandon you?
Well, they stopped inviting me to activities and stuff.
Why do you think in their mind they stopped inviting you to activities?
Because Gargi didn't want to see me anymore.
So the group included Gargi, and because you broke up with Gargi, it no longer included you?
Right.
Okay. Did Ben continue to text you or call you or contact you?
I don't think so.
Did you try to keep in contact or get in contact with any of them?
No, I avoided contact and deleted their numbers, so I wouldn't contact them.
What else were you doing with your time around that time? What was going on, for example, with the video games?
Well, I was playing them.
Online versions or?
Online, yeah.
Okay. How much were you doing, give or take, hours per day?
Maybe like 8 hours per day. A lot.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
I really like video games.
Any other reason?
That I was using them to kind of escape.
Any other reason?
Not that I know
Of the proportion, weighing the proportions between I really like video games and I need the escape, Of that 8 hours, what portion was I really like video games versus I want to escape? Do you think?
I think the escape was unconscious, so the really liking video games probably 99%.
99% of the conscious?
Yeah,
If you include the unconscious, how much of
maybe
it?
50-50.
Do you remember the opponents or colleagues online that you?
They're usually just random people,
So there wasn't a particular
nemesis or something.
log on name or something like that that would come up that you would interact with in the games?
No.
Is it the rule, and I don't play online games, so you'll have to educate me a little bit. Is that the rule that there are so many people out there playing the game that you don't notice the players appear random? Or is it more the rule that you would see this one in the game environment at your particular level over and over again?
You can create guilds and clans or add friends so that you play with them over and over again.
And you're talking about a particular game, and I'm not recalling the name of it.
The main game I was playing then was Diablo 3.
Diablo 3, right, okay. I looked that up. Very confusing to me.
Okay.
So, were you in guilds and clans with those folks? Or
No,
no?
I was just playing randomly.
Okay. We started this chain of conversation about the suicidal thoughts being converted to homicidal thoughts. But as I talked with you, correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't aware of the suicidal thoughts.
It was kind of an automatic conversion.
Did you believe at that time that the homicidal thoughts were converted from suicidal thoughts, even though you weren't aware of the suicidal thoughts? Or is that something that you deduce after the fact?
I don't remember.
I guess it goes to the question of where's the mission coming from? In your thoughts at that time, where's the mission coming from?
As a kind of coping mechanism.
Is that really the way you thought of it at that time? I'm having a coping mechanism, and so I'm
No,
on a
at this
mission.
time it just happened.
Okay. Did you spend much time trying to figure out where the mission might be coming from, or did you just
Accepted.
here's the mission? I'm sorry.
Kind of just accepted the mission.
Okay. Pretty serious mission to just accept.
Yep.
What do you make of the fact that you just accepted a mission of that seriousness? Once again, you're a smart guy.
I didn't think it was all that serious.
Tell me about that. I didn't think it was all that serious. When you've bought the tear gas, you bought the Glock at that point.
Yeah, I didn't think of the consequences through.
Of which consequences?
Of completing the mission.
So you're at the beginning of actually carrying out physical things related to the mission.
Right, ordering the weapons.
Are you saying that you didn't really think the mission was going to come to fruition? Or is that not what you're saying?
I just didn't know. I was preparing for it.
Okay. As you got items, did you have any particular feeling or experience once the item was gotten?
Well, I formed an attachment to it, learning how it worked, practicing it.
Okay. And I guess I'm asking, it sounds like you're saying there was a pressure or a pretty strong, maybe impulse is not the right word, to get the tear gas canisters, to get the Glock. After you had gotten it, was there any change in that pressure or that push?
No, it just kept escalating to get more and more weapons.
Okay. So getting the weapon didn't satisfy the, let me say, thought.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not sure I'm conveying that very well, but well, let me just ask you, what do you think I'm asking? So we kind of get on the same page.
Were the weapons kind of fulfilling the mission on their own?
I'm sort of, that's pretty close. That's pretty close. And I'm probably not articulating it very well. Often we have you use the phrase obsessive compulsive. If I have a compulsion to check the door, make sense?
Right, people check it over and over again.
Yeah. Once I check it, the strength of the compulsion goes down for a little while. Does that make sense? I've satisfied the compulsion.
You don't need to check it for long.
Okay. And it may be for a second, it may be for a minute or a day, but carrying out the act relieves the pressure for a while. I'm curious as to whether you experienced anything like that.
I would say yes, because I didn't buy all the weapons at one single time. I kind of paced through it, going from compulsion to compulsion.
Okay. And you use the word escalation. How does that fit in this kind of thought?
Well, getting a shotgun is an escalation from just a handgun.
As you got more of the equipment, and you mentioned, you didn't use the word fascination, I don't think, but attachment, that's the word you used. Tell me about the attachment.
Well, as I got familiar to the gun, I became attached to it.
How did you get familiar with what was that process like?
Just taking it apart and assembling it again, seeing how it worked.
So you did that?
Yeah.
With each of the things that you got, or in certain particular ones?
Most was with the handgun.
Okay. I guess there are different levels of stripping a gun.
Right, I wouldn't take it down to the factory kind of assembly part, but I would just do the basic assembly system.
Did you get pretty good at it?
Well, there was no reason really to get very good at it, but I could take it apart and put it back together again.
Not many people can do that, particularly people that aren't familiar with weapons.
Well, I wasn't disassembling it to its base state or anything.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall what the next things that you bought were?
I think it was a shotgun.
Okay. Where did you get that? Locally or online?
I ended up getting everything locally. It was at like Bass Pro Shops, I think.
Was there any problem acquiring those different kinds of firearms and ammunition, etc.? Any problem?
Um, they had it listed on the like kind of checkoffs list that people who are mentally ill can't buy them. But I guess you have to be committed to like an asylum or something to be termed mentally ill in their words.
That wouldn't have presented a problem for you, right?
I thought it might be a problem.
In what way did you think it might be a problem if you'd never been in
I thought that Fenton and Feinstein may have diagnosed me as mentally ill, and then I wouldn't be able to buy the guns.
Ah. And the first time you went to see Fenton or Fenton, first it was Roth. And
Right.
then Fenton. What was the earliest you saw them?
I don't remember the month. It was before I started buying the weapon.
Okay. And you thought maybe you were in some database or some record or something like that?
Right. It was a possibility.
Did it turn out to be a problem?
No. So I could order the gun and get it basically an hour later.
How much ammunition did you buy at the time?
I buy it in bulk, so like thousands and thousands.
Mostly local or mostly online?
Online.
Okay. Was that ever a problem, ordering bulk ammunition?
Nope.
Okay. What else did you buy?
Assault rifle.
Semi-automatic?
Yep.
Did you try to convert it?
No, I didn't have the knowledge to convert it to automatic.
Okay. Did you think about it?
I thought about buying an automatic, but there was a law that said like after a certain date, you can only own the automatic weapons you have. Kind of, you can't buy new ones in the States.
Did you think about conversion kits?
No, I didn't, because I thought that would be too technical.
Okay. What else did you buy?
Another handgun.
And what kind this time?
Glock 23, also 40 caliber.
Okay.
And body armor, kind of interspersed with all this stuff too.
So you have two Glock 23s. I misspoke earlier. I said 22, but
No, the first one was a Glock 22.
The first one was a Glock 22.
And the second one was a Glock 23.
What's the difference between a 23 and a 22 for the same caliber?
The 23's got a shorter barrel, I think. So they're almost essentially the same.
At around that time, did you have any picture in your mind of what you would look like using those weapons?
Yes. And when I took a picture of me holding the weapons, wearing the body armor.
Tell me about that.
I don't know why I took them. Just to be remembered. So,
To be remembered.
yeah.
What were the pictures like?
Typical camera phone selfie pictures.
To be remembered. What will people looking at those pictures think or see when they see those pictures?
You'd have to ask them.
No, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah.
Okay. I think they would remember it because they're kind of unusual pictures.
And what do they think about the person in that picture?
that they're familiar in the ways of weaponry and body armor.
Familiar in the ways of weaponry and
Body armor.
body armor, okay. Anything else that they infer from the picture?
Not that I can think of.
What might they infer from the picture?
That I'm a killer, I guess.
So we started out with being remembered, and some of the inferences are, this is a person who knows how to use it, and this is a person who's a killer. Any other inferences from the pictures that a person might have?
No.
I just happen to have the pictures. I think I do. And what I'm going to ask you is, what do you infer from the pictures? I thought of it. Describe for me one of the pictures, can you?
I'm wearing the bulletproof coat with the tactical vest over it. I'm wearing the possession contact lenses.
Okay.
And holding a gun.
And holding a gun. And they're in color.
Yeah.
I mean, all pictures nowadays are in color. Black and white is very passé, I suppose. Here we go. See if I've got one you're referring to. You know, I don't have the one of you in the armor. Tell me again things that you infer from the picture of you in the armor. With which weapon is it that you're holding?
I don't think I was holding one. Or if I was, it was the assault rifle.
Tell me again what you just said about the inferences you would make when you see that picture.
Well, they're the same as inferences I think other people would make.
And they are.
This is the guy who's familiar with these things. And this is a killer, what a killer looks like.
At the time you took the pictures, was that a guy who was familiar with these things?
I would say basic knowledge-wise, yeah.
Okay. At the time you took the pictures, was this a killer? This is what a killer looks like. Is that what that was?
That's what I thought.
Tell me more about thinking of James Holmes as a killer who knows what he's doing.
What else is there to tell?
How does it feel to be that person when you took the picture? Not today, but when you took the picture, how did it feel to be that person? Or were you trying to convey that and didn't really feel it? I don't know.
I didn't feel anything. It was just taking a picture.
You didn't feel anything when you were taking the picture?
Right, except that I would be remembered by those pictures.
Okay. there's a little disconnect. Do you feel a disconnect about, I didn't feel those things, but I wanted to convey, but I knew that those things would be conveyed. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Okay. What might it have been about the way you were then that you wanted to convey that even though you didn't feel it?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
It might have been a bad question.
Okay.
But sometimes, very often in fact, people want to convey to others something different from what they really are or what they think they are. People want to look better, they want to sound better. They spin up a tale to tell strangers on a bus that's different from the way they really are. You ever do that? I'm sorry?
So I don't think that's like an accurate depiction of who I am. It was just a moment, capturing of the moment.
Okay. Did you take other pictures?
Yeah,
All at the same time or over time?
over time.
Okay. Over roughly how much time?
A month, maybe.
A month, maybe. Other selfies, other pictures of the weaponry? Is that what we're talking?
Pictures of the movie theater entrances and exits.
Focusing right now on you, pictures of you, pictures of the weaponry, pictures of things in your apartment. Those were over a month or so?
No, those were pretty much the day of and a couple days before.
Okay. Here's one of the pictures that I've got. That one. Remember that one?
Yep.
Tell me about the guy in that picture.
He definitely doesn't look normal.
Tell me more.
Looks scary.
More.
I wouldn't want to run into him.
He's not the guy that thugs should mug?
Yes, that's true. He looks more like a thug.
Oh, he looks like a thug. Okay. Tell me
Not
more.
a typical thug.
Not a typical thug. What kind of thug does he look like?
Crazy thug.
Okay. Go into that a little, will you? More.
I don't know how.
Okay, it's a guy, you're holding one of the Glocks. You don't have a beard.
Yeah, clean shaven before I got to jail because I don't have good razors in jail.
Is that why you started growing the beard?
That's why I grow the beard, yeah, because I can't shave.
It's not as convenient to shave.
The shaving doesn't work.
Tell me about the red hair on the guy.
I'd had that for a while. Like that. It's artificial.
Any particular reason that you dyed your hair a while before that? People dye their hair all the time, sure.
I think to stand out, I guess.
To stand out in what way? What's the thought?
To stand beside normalcy. To be exotic, I guess.
Ben had dyed his hair around that time, as I recall, right?
I think so. This wasn't quite as exaggerated as
Okay. Had you ever dyed your hair before?
no.
Why'd you pick red?
I thought it would look better than green or blue.
Okay. And you mentioned the contact lenses. Tell me about the contacts.
Well, those just happened to arrive on the day of the shooting. Otherwise, I would have taken the pictures beforehand on like whatever day they arrive.
I've never noticed it before. Are those contacts tinted a little red, or are they black?
They're solid black.
They're
and
solid.
They cover
solid.
the sclera with black.
Okay. How well can you see through those?
Not at all, because my contacts, my normal contacts, are prescription.
Okay. How opaque are they, or translucent, or transparent?
Oh well, they have the hole where the retina is, so you can see. But I can't see because it wasn't prescription contacts.
Okay, you're a little nearsighted. You're
Right.
about a -4.5 or something like that, myope, aren't you?
I don't remember.
Okay. So these particular cosmetic contacts have a little pinhole in the middle to look from through.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Interestingly, that might serve to focus on the retina if it's a pinhole, mightn't it? Probably neither here nor there.
I don't know.
I'm assuming that you weren't wearing those contacts at the theater. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Any particular reason that you ordered them?
I thought they looked cool.
Okay. And they arrived just the day of the incident, or the day before, the day before the night that you went in.
Right.
Okay. That reminds me of something else I was going to ask. There were a number of things that you ordered that arrived kind of at the last minute, on the last day or the day before the last day. Were you worried that some of that stuff wouldn't arrive?
What kind of stuff are you talking about?
I'm trying to think which things, but the delivery time on some of them was within a day or a few days of the incident.
Yeah, well, I'd had my mind set on the Batman premiere of when it was going to happen. So I guess I kind of got squeezed for time a little bit.
Were you worried that they might not all arrive in time?
No, I think pretty much everything arrived before.
Good old Amazon.
Yes, good shit.
Another picture. Tell me about this guy in this picture and what it conveys.
Well, that was like the incendiary device that I made when I was kind of blowing out the fuse.
You were blowing out the fuse.
Yeah.
Is that you weren't? The fuse was not lit, and you were blowing it. But is that
Right.
why the lips are pursed, as if you are blowing
Yes.
out the fuse?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the expression on that guy's face? What's that guy thinking or wanting to convey or infer?
I don't know.
What do you think? And I get a similar feeling myself anyway from this one as well. What's that?
What feeling are you getting? I don't know.
Yeah. What feeling are you getting?
Just that you want to stay away from them.
One of the things that comes to my mind, maybe I'm just odd, is impish.
Impish?
Impish.
What does that mean?
As an imp, there's a certain dangerous quality, but a light-hearted dangerousness. A smiling. That's not a good way to put it. Maybe like a little devil. An imp is a little devil.
Okay.
Does that resonate at all, or is that just me?
Well, I don't know where the little part comes in.
Okay. Then a devil. A devilish look.
I'd say that's accurate. It looks a little devilish.
with regard to Batman, I guess I think of the Joker. He's not little.
He's the one who dyed his hair green.
Did the Batman story have anything to do with your choosing the Batman premiere? Or not?
The main reason was because I knew it would be a blockbuster hit, so there'd be a lot of people there.
There are other blockbuster hits. This is a really big blockbuster and fills the auditorium.
Right.
Do you think, in retrospect, that there was anything non-coincidental about your picking that blockbuster instead of Avatar or something?
If it was unconscious.
You've tried to figure out unconscious things before. What do you think?
That it bears some resemblance.
Do you think the resemblance is coincidental?
I'm not sure.
Okay. There's a similar selfie. That might be the one I'm thinking of. And that's this one. You remember that one?
Yep.
Tell me about that one. What's that guy?
It also looks devilish.
Anything else? Anything make it look additionally devilish to you?
Tongue sticking out.
Okay. What about the tufts of hair on the side?
Kind of like horns.
Was that on purpose, do you think? Or was it on purpose?
I don't remember doing it on purpose.
Okay. Because I agree with you, there is an impression of that adds to the devilish thought. And I was wondering whether you did it on purpose. Beg your pardon?
It was intended or not.
Yeah. And your answer is?
I don't think it was intended.
Okay. This picture also has the tongue sticking out. Tell me about the tongue sticking out.
I don't know. People stick out their tongues.
They do? How about that tongue? Anything interesting about that tongue?
Just that it's my tongue.
It's your tongue. Anything interesting or unusual about your tongue?
No, it's perfectly normal tongue.
Are you familiar with the Bible? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything about tongues in the Bible that comes to mind that might be relevant to that picture?
No, nothing.
Okay. There's a part of the Bible, and tell me if this starts to resonate with something that you know, and it may not, that talks about the shape of certain people's tongues. There are some people who can, I think the biblical phrase has something to do with lap water like a dog, and other people who can't. Dogs lap water because they can cup the end of their tongue, or that's the way.
My tongue was cupped in.
Yes, that and any. Is that?
I didn't know any of the Bible stuff about it.
Okay. So as far as you recall, that's not part of. You didn't look at your tongue in a mirror and say, "Gee, I'm part of the group that the Bible speaks of who can lap water like dogs."
No.
Okay. And by the way, I don't think there's anything inherently good or bad about that. By the way, my tongue does the same.
Okay.
You took pictures here. How about that one? Tell me about this one.
That's a picture of all the equipment I bought.
When was the picture taken?
I think it was the day of.
Tell me about the thought and the purpose in that picture.
It was just to show that I could buy all that stuff and nobody would notice.
Anything else about that picture that a person looking at it might infer or feel?
That it's dangerous. That's a lot. It's almost like overkill.
By the time you got to the theater and got out and put it on, you were pretty much wearing everything in the picture. Right.
Pretty much so, yeah.
Okay. Anything important about the color of the sheets? Of the sheet?
I have two pairs of sheets, kind of silky red and a silky black. And if it would have been black, you wouldn't have been able to see as well.
Okay. Why'd you pick silky black and silky red sheets, by the way? I'm curious.
I thought they looked good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about, these were in your apartment. That reminds me to kind of ask, tell me about your apartment.
Was 800 square feet, I think. Complete kitchen. I don't know, it was a good apartment. It was close. It was right next to the Anschutz Medical Campus.
And that's where your classes and labs were?
Yeah.
On the Anschutz Medical Campus. Okay. So you didn't have to drive?
Right, I could just walk or ride my bike.
You did ride a bike sometimes. Did you ride the bike a lot? Or
I would ride it every day to work and back.
okay. Bring it up to the apartment at night?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty good bike, or?
I've had it for years and years.
Okay. As a place to live, in your apartment's a personal place. Where people live is a personal place. What was it? How was it personal to you? Or how did you make it personal to you?
I guess by changing the lighting.
How'd you change the lighting?
I put like red bulbs in the lights.
In all of them, or some of them?
Some
Okay. Roughly when did you do that?
Towards the end of graduate school.
We talking
Like
May?
June, I think.
In June, okay. Any particular reason that you personalized it with red light bulbs?
Other than I just thought it looked nice.
Okay. At that time, did you know or anticipate or plan that the police would be coming to your apartment?
I figured they would go to the apartment on a noise complaint.
Did the red light bulbs have anything to do with what people might find when they
No, that
open the
didn't
door?
have
Okay. I'm curious which outlets were which lights were the red light bulbs in?
just a lamp, I think.
A lamp, okay. Well, how else did you personalize your apartment?
I have my own plant. Water that guy every day.
Okay. What kind of plant?
I don't know.
Just a plant.
Just my plant.
Just your plant. Did you name your plant?
Plant D.
Okay. How else did your apartment look while you were living in it over the months or couple of years?
Clean.
You kept it clean? Okay. What else?
Messy too, because I kind of kept all my clothes on a section of the floor.
Okay. On a section of the floor?
Yeah, so it had its own spot. Because I would use all the drawers for others.
For other stuff. So this is the section for shirts or something like that.
Or just laundry.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said you use the drawers for other things, like what?
Storing papers, notebooks and stuff.
Did you have anything on the walls?
Yeah, I had posters.
What were the posters?
I had a Pulp Fiction poster, Samuel Jackson, and what's his name? I don't remember. Oh, John Travolta.
Which poster was Pulp Fiction? I can picture the content, but you might tell me, what was the content of the Pulp Fiction poster?
It was in the scene where they busted the drug runner guys, and the guy had shot at them like 20 times and missed every single time. And then they pointed their guns at him.
And what did he do when they pointed their guns at him?
Well, he got shot.
How about the Samuel Jackson poster? What was the content of that?
That is the poster.
Oh, that's the same. I'm sorry, the same scene. What other things did you have on the walls?
I had one of those motivational posters that said like challenge, take your shot. It's a shot of whiskey or something.
Okay.
Probably not with good alcoholics.
What else did you have on there?
I had a movie poster of Anchorman.
Okay.
I like that movie.
Yeah, the comedy. Yeah.
I had a Zombie Brains poster.
Okay. Anything else?
I think I had a poster of a model on the wall.
Tell me about the model poster.
Well, she was scantily clad.
How scantily, and what was the model doing?
Lying there, kind of teasing me.
Okay, what else?
I had a poster of why guys always leave beer on the bottom shelf of the fridge, and a girl bending down to get the beer.
That poster was actually on the door to the fridge, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why
Okay.
I kept it there.
Okay. Did you keep much alcohol in the apartment?
Yeah. So I had it well supplied.
How much, say, was in the apartment in July?
I think there was like a case of Coors Light and 2 bottles of liquor.
Okay. How much would you drink in general over the months?
I usually drink socially, and so I bring some of the beer with me.
Okay. Different people mean different things when they say socially.
Over dinner with friends.
And we talked, I think, about drinking yesterday a little bit. Drink very much when you were by yourself in the apartment?
No, not really.
As you were getting ready for this event, to the July 20 event, did you drink very much?
No.
Okay. What else is in the apartment?
My computer. Just basic furniture, a TV.
Okay. Gargi came there from time to time when y'all were dating, when you were in the relationship?
Yeah.
Would you usually go to your apartment or her apartment? Or her place?
Before she broke up, it was usually like half and half. But then after we got back together, it was all my apartment.
What was her place like?
A little messier than mine.
Apartment or house?
She shared an apartment with another gal.
Nearby? No.
Yeah, it was nearby.
But not the same building?
Like, it was like 10-minute, 5-minute drive.
Okay. You were in an apartment building.
Yeah.
Who else lived in the apartment building? Did you
Other
know
students and nurses.
primarily or exclusively?
Primarily. I didn't get to know them like at all, basically.
Did you see them coming in and out?
Yeah.
Doing laundry and things like that?
Yeah, I saw them in passing.
At the time, did you know their names? Any of their names?
No.
There wasn't a single person who lived there whose name you knew?
Well, they had their names on the mailboxes, but I didn't memorize them or get to know them or anything.
Were you ever in anyone else's apartment in your building?
Nope.
Was anyone else who lived in the building ever in your apartment?
Nope.
Okay. Any particular reason?
No, not really. it wasn't a very social apartment. Kind of everybody had their own rooms.
Okay. You mentioned the posters on the walls and the scantily clad young woman. There's another selfie that was on your phone of you with a woman right behind you. Do you remember that one? That picture?
That's the scantily clad woman.
Was that the scantily clad
Yeah.
poster? Okay. I got to tell you, the first time I saw it, I didn't know
It was a poster.
that it was a poster.
Okay.
Tell me about that picture and when you took it and
I don't remember the condition.
Okay. So far as you know, roughly when was it in the course of all this?
I think it was June as well.
Okay. If I were, I don't have a copy of it here. If I were to show it to you, what would you say about the guy in that picture?
I wouldn't be noticing the guy. I would be noticing the gal.
Okay. When you took the picture, it looks very much like you meant to have it look a certain way, with her resting a head on your shoulder or looking over your shoulder close to you. Looks like it was purposely framed that way. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Okay. Was the picture manipulated at all, or were you just standing by the poster?
I think I was just standing in front of the poster.
Okay. That doesn't say much about my powers of observation, does it?
No.
So, if the picture was framed that way on purpose, what does that framing convey to somebody or imply to somebody who's looking at the picture?
That I'm desirable.
Can you say more about that?
No, not really.
Did you ever look at the picture very much yourself?
No, I kind of took it that one time and then forgot about it.
What might you have been thinking when you took it? Speculating, I know.
I don't know.
Were you a pretty desirable guy in January, February, March, April, May, June of 2002? Or 2012, rather?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. There were two women that wanted to hang out with you, at least.
Yep.
Okay. Did you think or feel that you were a pretty desirable guy at the time?
No, I kind of felt that would make me more desirable, seeing you as someone like that.
You think you wanted to feel more desirable yourself?
Probably, yeah.
I don't want to just feed you answers, because then I just get back what I get from a mirror.
Yep.
But I'm wondering whether you needed some help feeling desirable or good or competent or positive things about yourself.
I don't know if you can surmise all that from the one picture, but I was trying to feel desirable.
What's going on inside your mind that you are trying to feel desirable?
Well, just because I've broken up with my ex-girlfriend.
But around that time, and we're not sure exactly when the picture was taken, I guess, around that time, you had rebuffed her and you had rebuffed Hillary.
Right.
Now, the reason you gave, at least with regard to Hillary, was that you didn't want her to end up being the girlfriend of a murderer.
Right.
Am I remembering that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about wanting to be desirable after that.
Well, not wanting to be alone, wanting to start another relationship.
Were you a pretty lonely guy?
No, I feel best when I'm alone, I would say.
You feel best when you're alone.
Yep.
But a few minutes ago, you said that there were times when you didn't want to feel alone, or didn't want to be alone or feel alone, one or the other.
Right.
And by the way, these aren't black and white things. They can blend and they can come and go. At times, were you a pretty lonely guy?
No, because I don't usually feel lonely when I'm alone.
Since you've been arrested, have you felt lonely?
Yes, just because of the sheer amount of being alone for 2 years.
It's an enormous amount of being alone for 2 years. It's absolutely enormous. Has your sister deserted you?
Nope. She and I are both kind of living separate lives, but she still cares about me.
Please correct me, but I don't think she's contacted you once except for being with your parents when they visited in 2 years. Is that accurate?
I can't remember if she wrote a letter or not, but she certainly doesn't do it like every week or month.
Think she's written you any letters?
I don't remember if she has.
Let me ask it again. Has your sister deserted you? Abandoned you?
Nope.
Where's the evidence that she hasn't abandoned you?
She came with my parents on the visit.
Does that strike you as pretty scant evidence for 24 months?
Well, my parents only were allowed to visit twice, so that being one of the times,
And that's not their fault. They were only allowed those visits. That's my understanding. But they've written you scores of times.
That's just the relationship dynamic between me and my sister.
Well, you were describing your sister yesterday. She loved her big brother. She was looking up to her big brother. She helped her big brother dig a hole in the sand and fill it up with water. Real typical younger sister, older brother stuff.
Yep, now the situation is not so typical.
There are people who don't even know you who write to you and send you pictures.
Yeah.
And your sister doesn't.
I don't see a problem with that.
Do you see anything unusual? Do you see anything that doesn't, I'm not sure how to phrase it without using triple negatives. It wouldn't take much for her to send you a damn postcard.
Right, but I'm not demanding it of her or anything.
Have you abandoned her?
Well, I haven't written her either, so it goes both ways.
Have your lawyers asked that you not write to people?
That was kind of a stance I took early on, just to be on the safe side.
On the safe side with regard to?
Because all the letters are recovered and can be as admissible as discovery.
Okay. So it's logical and natural that lawyers recommend that people not write, or that they be very careful what they write pre-trial.
Right.
I understand that part.
Yeah. But I don't know if that's stopping me from writing her.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly my question. Absent that, would you be writing to your sister?
Probably not, because I don't have much to talk about. Okay. There's books I'm reading and TV I'm watching, and that's about it. So,
Absent that, would you be writing to your parents?
I would probably write to my mom, just because she writes so often.
Okay. So far as you know, have any of the friends that you had, Ben, Tim, Gargi, Hillary, anybody else, have they written to you or tried to write to you?
Not that I know of, no.
What do you speculate, and it would be pure speculation, what do you speculate they think about you now?
They're probably moving on with their own lives, and mine's not interspersed with them.
Right. What do you think they think of you? Think about you, that's better put. What do you think they think about you?
That I was a good friend.
What else? When somebody says to them, James Holmes, what does that bring up in their mind now?
That they knew me before I was the incident,
Before you were.
before the shooting incident.
Okay. You started to say something else. Before I was blank. What were you going to put in that blank?
Mentally ill, like outright showing mentally ill.
What feeling do you think they might have toward you, or feelings do you think they might have toward you?
They probably want to distance themselves from me, so they don't get lumped in as related to a killer.
That's close, but not quite what I asked. What do you think their feelings are toward you?
I think they care about me, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Mom and Dad, feelings toward you?
Warm feelings.
Okay. Sister, feelings toward you?
Just still warm feelings.
And that's an inference, not based on data, right? That's an inference.
That's my assumption.
Our assumption, okay. Okay. Is there any chance that your friends would be really pissed at you?
No, I don't think so at all. Unless it interfered with their lives. The press interfered with their lives.
Any chance that they might be disgusted by you?
No, I think they'd be supportive.
How about Sis? Any chance that she might be disgusted or repulsed or angry or have any real negative?
She certainly didn't show it in the visit. She was my typical sister.
Okay. What do you think the public feels? And they don't know you. They know the incident based on the media. That's all they know. What do you think their feeling is? Or feelings?
Dislike, I would say.
Anything else?
Misunderstood.
Okay. How do you mean that? Tell me more about misunderstood.
Well, they don't have the full picture of my life and what's happened.
Are you aware of, in general, the media coverage and stuff like that?
Yeah, we have a TV, so I can see some coverage on the news.
So you're pretty much up on how the media treated this incident, how the media has treated you, or no?
No, I'm kind of sheltered from that. Maybe.
Okay. Who shelters you?
Just not having computer access or internet access.
You have TV access. The lawyers talk with you frequently. Do they talk about public reaction at all?
No, not really.
Does anybody at the jail, the custody people, mention public reaction at all?
Like guards? Or?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
But occasionally inmates call things out, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, that's primarily negative. Some are supportive, but it's definitely on the fewer side.
Did you see any TV coverage? Of course, the most coverage comes in the first week or two, doesn't it?
Right.
But you did have out time when you had access to TV. Do you recall any TV coverage at that time?
They're memorializing the victims.
Did any of the coverage refer to you?
Well, it was just refer to me as the theater gunman or whatever.
Is that the guy in these pictures?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Is the theater gunman similar to the guy that you see in these pictures, or different from the guy you see in these pictures?
Akin to those in the pictures.
Okay. So your access to news on TV is not particularly filtered. I'm sure they choose the channel or choose certain channels.
I usually don't choose to watch the news.
The news. After the event, do you remember choosing to watch the news?
That was a long time ago, but I saw some news on it.
Was it of interest to you? Do you remember or not?
Yeah, I found it interesting. Just see the different perspective.
Do you remember how you felt as you watched the various news stories?
Mainly that they get a bunch of stuff wrong, I think. Or biased.
What sorts of things in general would they get wrong, or would they be unduly biased about?
I'm not sure.
Speculate for me. What? I know it was 2 years ago, but it was a real big day in your life, a real big week in your life.
Yep.
So you just said they got stuff wrong and they were biased. I'm asking, what's in general that they got wrong or what they might have been biased about?
Well, they didn't take it from my perspective, I think, on the mentally ill perspective.
Okay. If they had, what would they have been reporting? What would they have been saying?
Kind of psychological reasons for why it happened the way it did and everything.
Anything else? Maybe that relates to your word misunderstood. Anything else about misunderstood?
No, not really.
Okay. This afternoon, I'd like to do a little bit more about your apartment.
Okay.
Interesting place, especially when you left. I'd like to learn more about that. Anything that you'd like to ask me, or
No.
anything that I didn't ask today?
No, it's okay.
We'll continue this afternoon about 2, okay?
All right.
Thanks again. Okay. Let's see, you remember where we were when we left off this morning? Your memory's probably better than mine.
You wanted to talk about the apartment?
Yes, and we talked a little bit about it, and we were getting to the part about the armament. And the way the apartment looked when you left, that's what it was.
Okay.
Okay. Got a picture of that. I'm sure that you remember pretty well. Oh. I don't think this is a picture that you took.
No, I don't think I took one from that direction.
Okay. And I'll just move there to show the camera a little bit. Okay. Does that look familiar
Looks
to
like
you?
my apartment.
Tell me about that and what's in the picture. You're welcome to handle it if you want.
Okay, well, this is all the incendiary devices I made.
Mm-hmm.
So I ordered a bunch of fireworks, like cannon shells, in like 3-inch and 6-inch diameter.
So the spherical things are firework cannon or firework things that get loaded into cannon and shot up for fireworks. Is that?
I assume that's how they work. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more about the picture. What's it?
Well, there's all the different fuses running into those, and they go back to like a transmitter that's like radio frequency transmitter that you can press a button and then it'll light the fuse and go through.
The transmitter is RF or wired?
It's battery. It's on a battery, like a 12.8 volt battery.
But the operation is wireless?
Yeah, there's a little tiny remote that you press A, B, C, D, and then like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tell me where you learned all that stuff. That sounds pretty complicated.
No, you just put the wires in their correct spots and then attach them to the fuses, and then it'll light the fuses when you press the button on the remote.
Okay. And the ignition is like a piezoelectric ignition, or
It's
what
like
is it that generates the heat?
a little circuit that like short circuits and catches fire, and then it's gunpowder fuses go out from there.
Did you ever test that stuff?
No, I didn't get to test any of the incendiary devices, or so I was figuring they wouldn't work.
Really?
Yeah, and it was just made to look bomb-like. Like, that's really scary. But we have to divert attention to over here.
So was the idea that it wouldn't work and it would just look that way, or was the idea maybe it will work? Or
There was like a small possibility that it would work. And
so
like enough that they would be interested in stopping it.
And what was your thought about a purpose, a reason that you would want them to be interested, or something you would want them to do?
To get them away from the theater, so kind of divert their forces over to the apartment.
Did you think, and it sounds like one possibility is that they would be diverted to the apartment before the shootings began.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That was the plan. And how were you planning to accomplish that?
Through a noise complaint from the neighbors to bring them there.
Okay. I heard about the noise complaint idea. I didn't realize that you meant prior to the shooting. And how was that set up?
That was just set up to my computer, where loud music would play after like 15 minutes of silence. So it was like there was just silence on the timer.
So you left, the computer was on, and 15 minutes later the loud music was supposed to start. Is that right?
Yes.
How did you set that up with the 15 minutes of silence? What sort of track was that?
Well, there was like an application I had that you could connect different songs together and copy paste minutes of silence in.
Okay, so the computer just thought it was 15 minutes of music, but it was really 15 minutes of silence.
Right, so it was fully on like the highest volume.
And how did that work out in terms of attracting somebody to the sound?
I think they made the complaint, but there wasn't a big response by the police, if there even was a response by the police.
Where was the music coming out? Where were the speakers? In the apartment itself?
Yes, just right next to the monitors and then the bass on the floor.
So a person would complain in the plan to the police, and the police would go to the apartment, bang on the door, open the door.
Yeah, I left the door unlocked.
Okay. Um, as you were thinking about that, did you consider the possibility that a person might have come to the door, that is, a non-police person, might have come to the door?
Yeah, and so that's why when I sent a tripwire, I didn't have it attached to the door. I had it kind of inside, so they'd be able to see inside, but not go to like disable anything because there's an obstacle in the way.
Okay. So if the person who opens the door could see what was there,
Then they definitely call the police.
they would call the cops. It occurs to me that the cops also would not, once they saw it, they wouldn't rush in either.
Right, but they'd be kind of stuck at the scene. I would
Okay,
think.
the diversion would have worked.
Right.
I don't want to put words in your
I
mouth.
gave it like a small likelihood that any of it would work, but
Okay. There was something in a dumpster also. I'm trying to think what it was. Does that ring a bell?
no, I didn't put anything in the dumpster.
Or a...
There was something beside the dumpster. I put
Okay, what was that?
the boom box, also with the timer on it, on a CD, and I put the remote for triggering the transmitter thing, so a random person outside could be able to trigger the fuses. That was just like a random factoring into the equation.
So that would have been another possible way to set off some or all of the incendiary devices. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened in the end to those things?
They got taken away the next day. I told them all about like all the most of the details surrounding it, like how safe it was and what types of explosives or whatever.
And I want to ask you about that interview and that conversation as well. But sticking for the moment with the apartment, did you have any experience with incendiary devices or launch capabilities or fireworks or things like that?
Just your like most very basic fireworks, like the fuse and step back. But
Okay. Did you ever, and this is coming to me from a different source and I'm not sure about it, was there ever a time when you helped with a fireworks display?
no,
Okay. Doesn't ring a bell that family or somebody was lighting fireworks and you were there or helping, other than black cats and cherry bombs? Things like rockets and stuff like that.
no rockets.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up a little bit. Okay. Add that back if I may. Some of the things that we see in the picture, the big jars, a couple of liter jars, full of a liquid and some rifle shells and other things. Can you tell me what was in the jar?
The liquid is gasoline, and it kind of dripped down from the styrofoam. Styrofoam and gasoline make napalm.
Okay.
So I thought the napalm might trigger the bullets to go off if it caught fire, but I never tested any of it.
You mentioned that you think there was a low probability of it going off. Is it reasonable to say that you thought there was some probability that it would go off? So there was some level of probability. Okay. What would have happened had they gone off?
It probably would have, the most damage probably would have been caused by fire, and if it spread to the other apartment.
think anybody would have been hurt, or was that part of the picture in your mind, or no?
No, I didn't think anybody would get hurt from the incendiaries.
The situation at the theater, as I'm understanding, you had to do with a plan and thoughts of killing people. The situation at your apartment, please correct me if I'm
Was
wrong.
the other purpose of diversion.
It's a different purpose and not specifically having to do with hurting or killing people.
Right.
Okay. But you realized there was a chance that that might happen.
Yes, I wouldn't want to be in that room when anything went off.
Would you want to be in the next door apartment when anything went on?
I don't think it would have carried that far.
What about the bullets if they'd gone off the shelf?
Well, since they're not in a tube or a barrel, they're going to explode in all directions.
And how did, I think that's a true statement, what I understand about shells that you toss into a campfire or something. How did you know that?
Just thinking it through.
Okay. Just a minute. Look again at all these pictures and see if there's anything else before I dismiss the pictures. Oh, I was going to ask you about this. You got a passport.
Yeah.
And do you recall when you got the passport?
When I was an undergraduate.
Okay. Did you need it to go to Mexico at that time, or?
I was going to need it to go to Mexico because they passed the new law where you had to have the passport to walk across or go through the car across.
Did you ever need to use it to Mexico? Or
No, I didn't.
When you went down?
I never went to Mexico with it.
And when you did the orphanage thing, that was?
Before.
Before, okay. Did you have any other thoughts of leaving the country?
No, I didn't have any realistic thoughts of escaping.
Ever any places you wanted to visit?
No. I'm fine with staying at home.
So the purchase of it pretty much had only to do with if you wanted to go to Mexico, you could go to Mexico.
Right.
Okay. Just to visit Mexico, or to go there and live, or escape, or?
No, if I would probably go to Canada because I have relatives up there. If I was going to escape.
Nowadays, do you have to have a passport to get into Canada, or?
I'm not. I think so.
Or to get back in the U.S.?
I'm not sure though.
I don't know. I don't remember either. Okay. You mentioned that you didn't test things. Did you ever test the flammability of some of the things? Not necessarily the device, but just to be sure the gunpowder burned or the napalm worked or something like that?
Yeah, I cut a piece of the fuse off and kind of lit it over the bathtub. That was the safest place.
As you're doing those things, what thoughts went through your mind? Do you remember what fantasies or thoughts might have gone through your mind? When you're building this stuff, when you're setting it up, when you're testing the fuse?
Just getting it done.
Just getting it done.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was doing it.
And it is, when you say getting it
assembling the components.
Any thoughts about the result of getting it done, or the consequences of getting it done?
Just that it was unlikely that it would work.
You mentioned diversion.
Right.
About how far is your apartment from the cinema?
Um, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. As far as you know, it was in the same jurisdiction as the police. Of course, I guess the whole
One
city.
was Adams County, the other was Arapahoe County.
Okay. We talked about, and you talked about the idea of a mission earlier. And if I'm remembering right, the mission came from within you, not from some other place outside you. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Um, Tell me more about the mission and what the mission might accomplish, what it might do.
Well, the mission was to go to the theater and shoot as many people as possible.
And that was the thought at the time, back in May, June, July
Yeah.
of 2012. That's one level of mission. Was that designed to further some larger mission or additional mission?
No, that was kind of the ultimate mission.
So that was the whole end.
Yeah.
Any thoughts about why something inside you said this is your mission? What was it that made it important to do that thing? Made it so important that you did it?
Because the alternative was suicide.
And I think you said this morning the alternative was suicide, but you weren't thinking of that at the time.
Right.
You weren't thinking of suicide.
Because I was focused on the homicide.
That's a concise answer of the thousands of possibilities of the reasons for things of all for anything. You quickly went to the alternative was suicide. What you sound very sure about that, and I'm wondering why you sound so sure about that when one might say the alternative was X or Y or Z. You've been now several times very clear and concise. The alternative was suicide. What leads you to that? What's the reasoning that leads you to that?
Just that doing the homicide got me out of the depression. It gave a purpose.
You were pretty depressed back in January of 12. As I understand it, you were less depressed later in 2012. At least as far as you knew. Am I wrong?
No, it was
about
the
that?
opposite. I was more depressed
You were more depressed.
during June and July compared to January.
Okay. And some of the things you described about that were, you used the word catatonic.
Yeah, just like unable to get up and go.
What were other symptoms, as you look back on it, that you were depressed at that time? I guess I'm sort of asking, and I don't mean to be sarcastic about it, why should I believe that you were that depressed? Because you haven't told me that much about the depression. Can you tell me more about, describe more to me that tells me that you were depressed back then?
I was just a low mood, not wanting to do anything.
you were doing things pretty actively, though.
Yeah, which is what got me out of the depression.
If those activities were getting you out of the depression, can you tell me the rationale for actually carrying out the shootings? If the preparation activities were doing their job.
Right.
Talk to me about the necessity of carrying out the shootings themselves after the preparation had done its job.
Well, the shootings were supposed to increase my self-worth. So that would get me out of the depression in the end.
The shootings were supposed to increase my self-worth. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I think it was in a text message I sent to Nargi about human capital, how you can kind of place a value on a life, and if you take lives away, that kind of adds to your own value.
I do remember the text message exchange. Is that an accurate rendition of the way you were feeling at that time? Or is there anything more to that you can explain to me?
I don't think there's anything else to it.
That's a pretty concisely encapsulated theory, if you will. There's got to be more to it than that.
Why does there got to be more to it?
In what way did you think of taking other people's lives as enhancing yours? Tell me about the logic of that.
Just that anything they would have done or like pursued gets canceled out and given to me.
Starting today and looking back, does that still make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the premise that you're describing 2 years ago, you would still
agree with it.
Agree with that premise today?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me more about the premise, would you?
There's nothing else to say about it.
Sounds like there's a lot to say about it. It sounds like there could be books written about it.
It would probably be a boring book then.
Does it appear in any of your readings, or how did you come upon that premise?
I just made it up.
I don't see a rational side to that. I might be able to see an irrational side to that, but I don't see any data, if you will, or information that would lead to the veracity of that premise. I'm not saying you didn't believe that premise. I don't know, because I'm not inside you.
Right.
I certainly wasn't inside you 2 years ago.
Okay.
What makes that a logical premise? Or is it? Or is it an irrational premise?
It's not based on logic. It just is the way it is.
Did it appear in anything that you ever read or saw, movies and things like that? Where do you think the idea might have come from, or no?
Well, I think it came from economics, because you can take countries measuring their GDP of a given population and kind of say this is a value which we place on our nation's output. And you could do the same to individual people and say this person has a value and does this output or would do this output, but then it goes to me afterwards after killing him.
Let's use your country analogy for a minute and see how long the analogy holds up, okay?
Okay.
a country has goods and services and output and value and potential value for the future. How might you, person or another country, acquire the value that you see in the first country?
You conquer the country through like war, and then you receive its economic benefits.
Okay. Are there any circumstances under which, when you conquer it, you wouldn't receive all those economic benefits?
If they apply like a slash and burn strategy, where they kind of burn the land.
Sure. And that's exactly what I was thinking. If you obliterate the country,
Right.
then its value plummets.
Yeah. it
That's
goes
my
down.
thinking. Is that your thinking as well or not?
Its value goes down, but the conquering country would have increased their military effectiveness because they've kind of won a battle.
They've won a battle and they get to put a mark on the big scoreboard in the sky, I guess, in the win column, so to
Right.
speak. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, kind of.
Because I don't see much other advantage to conquering a country.
They get to reap the rewards of the land.
So even after the slash and burn, the land is still there.
Yeah,
They've expanded their borders, if you will.
right.
But in the situation of killing the individual, it seems to me that that's akin to obliterating the country, not just slash and burn, but obliterating the country and its borders, and there's nothing left to bring to the conquering country. Does that make sense, or does that not make sense as an analogy? Does the analogy break down, or no?
No, because essentially you win the war by killing them. So you're no longer in a state of war.
Some of the other folks that you've talked with have referred to some writings that you did, some references to Nietzsche, things like that, right?
I simply said I've heard of Nietzsche to my psychiatrist, Fenton.
Okay. What does Nietzsche and his writings have to do with all this, if anything?
He believed he was God, I think, and then he went crazy. And that's like the main points that I took away from Nietzsche.
Okay. And once again, I'm talking with you in the here and now, and I'm trying to refer to how you felt and how you were 2 years ago. And we both understand that, right?
Yeah, those were the feelings 2 years ago.
Nietzsche thought he was God, then he went crazy. How does that relate to you and what you were thinking or planning or feeling?
I never related it to that.
Okay.
This is something they connected the dots with.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that they may have connected some dots, but the connection's not really there. Is that?
I never made a connection.
Oh. Looking back intellectually at it, do you think there was a connection there that you just didn't realize?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Highlander comes up in some of the interviews or writings or something.
Yeah, another made-up connection. I said like there can be only one in a text message, and then they got interested in Highlander from that.
If you recall, is that kind of what you were referring to in the text message? The famous quote from Highlander?
I don't remember any of the surrounding information.
Do you remember the text message itself?
No,
Can you picture that?
no.
Okay. So, as we're sitting here, we don't know. Let's assume there was such a text message, and there was. But as we're sitting here, we don't know what you were thinking when you wrote the text message. Is that accurate or not?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you seen Highlander?
Yes.
Okay. Series, the movie, both.
Movie.
What do you think of it?
It's an interesting concept.
Do you think that concept is akin to your concept?
No, because the main thing in Highlander was they're trying to become mortals, and they have to kill other immortals, behead them, and then the very last one, it becomes immortal, a mortal.
I didn't remember that. Is that right? I didn't remember that the last one became mortal.
Yeah, I believe that's how it went.
Interesting. I didn't remember that. Okay. And they were specifically killing each other rather than random civilians, if you will.
Yeah, they
That's what I
were
remember.
beheading each other with swords.
Yeah. You've implied that you came up with the idea, with the concept, independently, as far as you can remember, independently of any readings or anybody else's writings that might have come up with a similar concept at some other time. Does that make sense?
Are you talking about the Highlander concept?
The Highlander or Nietzsche or anybody else. What I think you've said, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that wherever the concept of assimilating others' powers or value, looking back on it, you believe that that came solely from within you and not from any suggestions outside you.
Well, there's always going to be suggestions outside of you that influence you. So I wouldn't say it was a fair statement to say it was solely me, because I interact with my environment.
Okay. Fair enough. Apparently you didn't know or want to know any of the people in the theater.
No, I kept it very impersonal.
As you were carrying out the shootings, you were wearing gas masks the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. How well could you see out of the mask?
Not well, because there were lights behind the theater, which were actually brighter than in the theater. So I had to go from a brightly lit area to a darkly lit area. I had to have the gas mask with scratches in it. I was trying to remove the scratches, but they weren't coming out.
Was it a used mask?
No, it was a new mask, but there were still scratches on the visor.
That you tried to remove to be able to see better?
Yeah.
Okay. Was the movie still playing when you were shooting?
Yes. I wasn't watching it though.
I understand. Did that throw light on the audience that you were shooting at?
No. It threw light at the very front where there were no people sitting.
I want to get more to the theater, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Okay. I guess I want to stick for just a minute on philosophy stuff. Is there anybody that you can think of that came to a similar conclusion? You may have been independent of it or not. Other people, for example, who have killed lots of people or injured lots of people. Anybody that you particularly recall thinking about?
No.
Ted Kaczynski comes to mind.
The Unabomber?
Mm-hmm.
What about him?
Yeah. What did you know about Kaczynski at the time?
I said I'd heard of him to Fenton. And I guess he was anti-corporations or something. Anti-technology, maybe. I don't remember.
Was he at all relevant to what your mission was and what your thinking was?
The only relevance is he had like a purpose in mind. Is carried it out in a similar way.
Did you say in that 4-month period, April, May, June, July, do you recall reading about or learning anything or seeking anything about Kaczynski?
Those would be in the computer records. I don't remember offhand.
One way or you don't remember one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Another guy that I'm a little bit reminded of is the fellow Cho. Long first name that I don't remember. Sung-Hui Cho at Virginia Tech.
I've heard about him. He went up into the bell tower, I think it was.
I'm sorry?
He went up into the bell tower, I believe, and was shooting from there.
That was the one at University of Texas, I think.
Oh, that's a different one?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I don't know.
Do you remember looking up any of these folks, or learning about, or thinking about, comparing yourself to any of the other people that have killed a lot of people?
I looked at what they did and how they did it, but I didn't compare it to how I was going to do it.
You looked at what they did and how they did it. Any suggestions in there or things to avoid?
You don't shoot the police, otherwise they kill you. So.
Okay. And you didn't shoot the police?
All right.
Okay. Anything else about how they did it that may have informed you about better ways to go about this?
No, I didn't seek out any improvements in their methods or anything.
Did you see any similarities? You may have already kind of answered this, and I don't mean to make this an interrogation, but now we're in a more specific timeline of things. Any similarities between you and any of those people? Kaczynski, Cho, anybody else?
All had mental problems.
Okay. Is that speaking today, or speaking, would you have said the same thing 2 years ago?
That's speaking today.
What would you have said 2 years ago? Or 2 years and a month ago, in June?
We all had violent delusions.
Was there anything attractive about them or repulsive about them?
No, they're just people.
Anything attractive or repulsive about the end result of what they did?
No, not that I can think of.
Or about what happened to them afterward?
No, pretty much what's expected happened.
And what is that? What's expected to happen?
They got either locked up or they died.
The selfies of you with the Glock and the AR remind me a little bit of a picture that Cho took of himself.
I never saw any pictures of Cho.
Never did. Let me show you a picture. Remember that at all?
No.
Okay. I suppose selfies are pretty common.
Yeah, everybody
selfies.
takes them.
Try to go a little bit, if I may, through a chronology. I think we've covered a lot of it already. we talked about the trip in December of 2011 to Arizona, spend Christmas with your uncle.
Yep.
I have down that you went to Woodside to see some friends from Riverside. Is that not true, or a different trip, or same trip?
Woodside. I don't know what that is.
Woodside, California?
Yeah, I don't know where that is.
Okay. Did you take any other trips from grad school around then back to California? Or just the one around Christmas to go to?
I think it was just the Christmas one.
Do you remember seeing friends from Riverside on any of those trips?
Yeah, I think we were going to go to a Mongolian barbecue, but we went to BJ's Pub and Brewery.
Okay. Families, or you and your friends, or?
Just friends.
Okay. Tell me about that.
We drove up to LA, carpooled, and just had dinner together.
So you're getting together with people that you knew you hadn't seen for a while. What was that like?
Kind of like a reunion.
Tell me more. What did you guys talk about? What to do?
I don't know. We didn't talk about just normal stuff, I guess. Nothing stands out.
How long did you spend together? Hours, days?
The day.
And how did you hook up with them? How did you meet up with them?
Text messaging.
You let them know that you were coming back and ask if they wanted to get together, or what?
I think they asked if I wanted to go or not. I said yeah.
How did they know you were going to be in Riverside? Or
I
not
wasn't-
Riverside. How did you know? How did they know you were
Diego.
going to be back in California?
I don't know if they texted me previously or if it was just overlap with vacation.
Remember any of the names?
Yeah. Earl, Tashi, Richie, Soren, Yent.
What did you guys do at Riverside before? What was the friendship like before?
I've been friends with all of them in Riverside before, for all 4 years.
And as friends with them in Riverside, can you tell me a little about what the friendships were like and what you guys would do?
We'd go out to dinner, or we'd go to the apartments and play Super Smash Brothers, Super Mario Kart, that kind of thing.
Over 4 years, that's it?
We also watched Lost together every episode.
Okay. Did they know that you were in Colorado, or did you let them know you were in Colorado? How'd they know where you were to text you? Which you may have had
It
the
doesn't
same,
matter where you are.
you may have had the same phone number, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
I had the same phone number.
I'm with you. I'm just too old for that concept to get into my brain.
Okay.
But to actually meet up, they need to know that you're going to be in California. And I'm kind of wondering.
I think I told them, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. So you went out and you, what'd you do again? You hit a bar or
No,
What
just a restaurant.
restaurant? Okay. You told Dr. Gurr. You remember Dr. Gurr?
Yes.
Okay. You said to Dr. Gurr, among many other things, that you remembered looking into a mirror and seeing something. Do you remember that interchange? You remember that picture in your mind?
No, was there something unusual about the mirror?
Well, I'm kind of asking you that, I guess. anything to do with the mission or with what you were contemplating?
No, I don't know what the mere event is.
Okay. You've said several times that the mission and the concept came from within you and not from outside you. You've never used a phrase like an outside power or a master power or a God talking to you or anything like that.
No, there wasn't command voices.
Okay. No command voices. Okay. But how about just a feeling that there was some master of you that was moving you in a particular direction to do certain things?
No, I'd say I was my own authority.
Okay. Tell me about the shooting range.
It was 2 hours away. It's an unsupervised range, but the owners, or I guess the caretakers, dropped by like every day anyway.
How many times did you go up? I'm assuming it was up because everything in Colorado is uphill from.
It was off the 40. It was maybe 5 times I went
And what did you do up there?
while shooting.
There are lots of ways to shoot, but
Right.
how did you do it?
Well, they have different kind of range areas. So one was for rifles, others handgun, and one shotgun. So I would just go and practice in each designated area.
Were other people up there when you went? Would it be likely that there would be other people shooting as well?
Sometimes there were other people, yeah.
Cost anything?
Nope, it's free.
Free. Except the cost of your ammunition, I suppose.
Yeah, ammunition and gas to get up there.
So how long would you stay when you went up?
Until the ammunition run out of my magazines.
Okay. Do you recall when the last time you went was? The last time before the July 20th?
No, I don't recall like what I did each specific time.
I mean, the timing was the last time just before July 20th or 2 weeks before or a month before?
There's probably a record of that somewhere.
I
because
imagine
of the
so.
cell phone.
What do you say?
A week maybe before.
Did you get to be a better shot from the beginning?
No, I
to
stayed
the
a
end?
terrible shot.
You stayed a terrible shot.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of those times up there was when you saw the FBI SUV go by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How'd you feel as you were shooting all that ammo?
Just that I was familiarizing myself with the weapons.
Any other feeling?
No, not really.
That sounds like going to a job.
It was kind of like work to be done. Yeah.
There wasn't any pleasure involved in going up and shooting off weapons?
Not for me, at least.
Do you recall that any pictures or fantasies came to your mind as you were doing it?
No, I was more focused on the task at hand of learning how to shoot.
Which of the weapons was the hardest to develop proficiency with?
Well, the assault rifle would be the hardest one.
Okay. How good did you get?
Well, I could hit paper, but I wasn't usually bullseye targeted or whatever.
You weren't using a bullseye target?
I wasn't really on a bullseye. I could hit the paper target usually, but missed the bullseye.
Before you bought those weapons, how much shooting had you done?
0. I'd done paintball, but that's different.
Had you ever fired a handgun or a long gun before?
No.
I recall that you went to one of the stores, Gander Mountain or something, with Tim, and he was going to purchase a weapon. Is that right? You remember that?
Yeah, I think he bought a Beretta.
Okay. Do you remember that trip and what that was like with the group? I think you were with the group.
I wasn't too interested in firearms at the time.
Okay. Had you ever held a handgun before?
Tim let me hold his handgun.
Was that okay with you? Was that something you asked to do, or he said, "Here, hold this"? Or
He was kind of showing just what the gun was.
do you recall what it felt like to hold the gun that first time?
It made me nervous. So I've never held a gun before.
Nervous.
Yeah.
Tell me about nervous holding that gun for the first time.
What's there to tell? It just made me nervous
Nervous about anything in particular?
about the gun going off and hurting somebody there.
Ever shoot a 22 at the fair? You know, the little rifle ranges at the fair where you shoot the little ducks or something?
No, I didn't like a squirt gun where it blows up a balloon or whatever, but never a 22.
So the very first time you fired a gun, and almost the first time you ever held a gun, handgun or long gun, first time you held it was probably in your apartment, right? Or at the store where you bought
Taking
it.
it back from the store.
Okay. The first time you fired it was up at Byers, or did you go to a different range, a closer range the first time?
No, I only went to Byers.
Okay. Now the big question, how did you feel the first time you shot the weapons?
I didn't feel anything special. I just thought it was harder than it looked.
In what way?
And I thought you just point and pull the trigger, but it's kind of hard to aim and then multitask. Be aware of your surroundings while you're looking down the sights and everything.
Had you read about how to shoot or how to hold the gun or what to do as you're pulling the trigger or sighting?
Yeah, I think I went to some gun forums and looked at like how to stand, how to hold the gun, prevent recoil.
Did you wear ear protection?
Yeah, I bought specialty earmuffs. They kind of have like a high frequency tone in them.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you shot and the weapon went off? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that moment.
You don't remember that moment? Okay. How about the first time you shot the shotgun?
I remember it gives me a bruise because I was shooting slugs, and it really pulls back on you. But I don't remember the first time as being significant versus the other times.
Okay. I'm curious, did you shoot slugs at the theater or was it shot?
BB shot.
Okay. Did you maintain your guns after you left the range, clean them, things like that?
Yeah, I had to look up how to clean them, and then I bought the cleaning kind of toolkit.
Did you get pretty proficient at that? You mentioned taking them down, stripping them, and
I
putting them back
cleaned them
together.
once or twice. Yeah.
Okay. At the range, do you recall whether or not you emptied clips, or would you shoot for a while and stop? Or
I'd shoot till the magazine was empty.
okay, would you then practice replacing the clip, replacing the magazine?
Well, yeah, to shoot again because I had multiple magazines.
Tell you what I'm referring to is in the theater. Apparently, some of the magazines were overfull and jammed.
Right.
Was that a surprise to you, or had you experienced that or planned when you were shooting at the range? Did that ever happen? Ever happen?
Yeah, there were misfires. Like It's in spring all the way up.
I forgot to take your pulse earlier. May I take your pulse?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. The stuff that you got, it cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I had a lot of savings, so
I was going to ask, where did the money come from to purchase it?
savings over the years and money from the training grant.
The savings were from your jobs and things like that?
Yeah, summer jobs stuff
Where was that money?
in my bank account.
Checking or savings?
I could move it all around as I wanted online.
Some of the purchases were made with credit cards,
Right.
but paying for it came from the savings and the grant money?
My credit card has is connected to my bank account, so they can pay it off directly.
So it was automatically debited when the
I
bill
think it
came
was
in?
once a month, unless I did it manually.
Okay. At the end of all this, were the credit cards all paid off, or was there still
All my
money?
credit cards have always been paid off,
Okay.
so I'd always pay the full balance.
So nobody was stuck with a bill after all the events and shooting stuff?
No,
Did your parents send you any extra money that eventually went into purchasing the body armor or the weapons or the ammunition?
they gave me $5,000 from the college 529 savings account,
Okay.
but I didn't use that money to buy anything.
As you were buying stuff, did you pay any attention to the cost, or that wasn't a factor in what you were purchasing?
Well, it was a little bit, but not too much. So I wouldn't buy like the most expensive thing.
How about the body protection, the body armor stuff? How did you choose that?
Well, I wanted to be protected in case it came to a shootout between the police and me.
And there are different levels of that, different grades.
Right, I usually got ballistic 3A,
Okay.
which is like protection from handguns.
And you mentioned that you wanted to be protected in case you got into a shootout.
Yep.
Did you think a shootout would occur, or was it just a precaution in terms of the planning and anticipation at that time?
It was something to be considered.
Did you put it on at the apartment before? I think you did. Put it on at the apartment to try it on or something like that?
I tested it first,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. In what way did you test it?
Attention to the facility, we will have patient movement from their units to AA. Patient movement from their units to AA.
How did you go about testing? What do you mean testing?
Just wearing it with all the magazines in their places and everything. And the gun slings on and off.
Roughly how many times did you do that?
Just once for all of it.
And when in the course of the chronology did you do that?
After I'd received all the body armor.
How'd you feel putting it all
Hot. It gets like sweaty.
How else?
Encumbered, so you can't like move around very fast.
Anything else?
No, not really.
Did you look at yourself in the mirror, see what it looked like?
Yeah,
And what did you see in the mirror?
I saw myself in body armor.
What else would a person seeing you in the mirror or in a photograph see besides a person in body armor?
Someone dangerous.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Sounds like that and the selfie with the Glock, etc. Appearing dangerous was important to you at that time.
Yeah, because you don't want 400 people rushing you. It's clear easy they could have overwhelmed me.
Okay. So part of it was if I appear dangerous, they're less likely to rush me. Is that accurate or not?
That's accurate, yeah.
Okay. You also bought some handcuffs.
Right.
Tell me about the handcuffs. How do they fit into all this?
Well, there's these double doors in the theater, and you could lock them by having the handcuffs connected to each handle. It was something I didn't wind up doing, though.
Okay. You bought some road stars.
That was in case I had to do a getaway pursuit or whatever.
And some field dressing and field first aid equipment.
That's if I got shot.
You've given a practical reason for each thing that you purchased or that you wore, that you took to the theater. Was any of it, particularly back at the apartment, was any of it more for show than anything else?
No, it was function over form.
The pictures that you took of yourself showed you a certain way, portrayed you as dangerous, as somebody not to be toyed with.
Right.
Although there's function attached to that, it also sounds like there's a certain amount of show attached for that, a certain amount of appearance.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the photographs weren't designed to protect you at all. They were designed for other people to look at in future. Is that right or is it not right?
It was to be remembered.
Okay.
So obviously you're going to be remembered by other people and not yourself.
Did you think you were going to get killed?
No, that's why I got all the body armor.
You knew that lots of police would show up.
And very quickly, too.
How did you know they would show up quickly?
Just from noticing police presence in that area. It's near the police station, too.
Right across the street, what, quarter of a mile, half a mile?
Yeah, pretty close.
Did the proximity to the police station have anything to do with the choice of location?
No, it would have been a negative factor to consider.
So why did you still pick that place?
Because I was familiar with that place.
I'm sorry?
I was familiar with that place. I didn't recon there.
You could have reconned some other place.
Right.
But why did you choose the one that was 45 seconds away from the police station? Or something close to the police station?
Like 3 minutes away.
Okay. 3 minutes.
I just felt comfortable there. It was kind of within my range of the apartment. Usually crimes are committed like 10 miles within a person's residence, kind of a thing.
Said two interesting things. One, projects are usually within 10 miles or something like that. Tell me what that.
They're usually close to home, is what the point is.
Okay. What's usually close to home?
Where somebody commits a crime.
You say that as if that's a governing factor for committing crimes, or one governing factor for committing crimes, is to do it close to home.
Yeah, that's what I don't know the source or the data from it though.
Why would that apply particularly to you? You could shoot people any place within a 100-mile radius without much trouble.
Right, but I had to keep it impersonal. And,
100 miles away, it would be less personal.
100 miles away, it's harder to kind of scout that.
Then you said that the police station was, you corrected me, not 45 seconds, but 3 minutes. Did you time it in some way?
No, that was just my estimation.
Your estimation from before the shootings or after the shootings?
Before, I think I wrote it in the notebook somewhere.
Okay. There are different ways, I guess, to kill people. You chose shooting them yourself, as contrasted with a bomb or something like that. Make sense?
Yeah, that was like the easiest way I figured.
What to you at the time made that, quote, the easiest way?
Well, I don't have much like technical knowledge about bombs, so I'd probably wind up blowing myself up.
By the way, did you ever think you might blow yourself up as you're setting up all this gasoline and stuff?
No, I was pretty careful.
You're not a smoker, I take it.
No.
Have a gas stove in the apartment?
Electric, I think.
Electric. Pilot light on the hot water heater?
I don't think that's in the apartment. I think it's kind of down.
How careful were you as you were compounding the gunpowder, the napalm, pouring gasoline around? How careful were you?
Careful, not enough to get hurt.
Did you do all this in one day, or did you do it over a period of days?
I set it up all in one day, but like I made the napalm the previous day. I collected the gasoline and poured them into the soda bottles another day. So I put them all out in the family room on the night of.
As you're doing that, then, you're going to bed with all that stuff out there.
No, I'm going out. I'm going out to the movie theater with all that stuff out there.
But you just said that you worked with the gasoline over more than one day. Or you poured the gasoline the day before or something like that.
Right.
So
the napalm's relatively inert.
in the process of doing this, you're spending at least one night, maybe more nights, sleeping in an apartment
With
that's,
gasoline lying around.
tinderbox is an understatement,
Yeah.
with fumes, etc., I imagine. Could you smell the gasoline?
I closed the caps on them.
Okay. Tell me about going to bed and going to sleep. The thoughts that you have as you go to sleep, as you go to bed. What kind
I
of
didn't
thought?
feel any different between going to sleep normally and with the stuff in the apartment.
Did you spend much time when you weren't doing the tasks, and there were many, many tasks to do, when you weren't doing the tasks, did you spend much time thinking about the mission, thinking about what was going to happen or what might happen?
No, because I wasn't considering the consequences.
So when you stopped to eat,
Yeah,
what did you think about while you were eating, if you remember?
just what I had to do next to like assemble the stuff.
Were you watching any TV during that period or doing any video games?
Yeah, just watching TV. Like South Park.
Okay. Spend much time watching TV on those 2 or 3 days?
Not at the end of the night of the shooting, because then I had to like put everything together.
Okay. About the video games?
I think I'd stopped playing them by now.
Really?
Yeah.
Attention to the facility. AA movement has now ended. AA movement has now ended.
So roughly when did you stop playing Diablo 3?
Again, that would be in the records, the computer hardware record.
But I don't know. A week before?
Yeah,
The
the thing is, I don't know
the
exactly.
last day? You don't have to be exact. Was it close to the last day or weeks before?
No, I think it was weeks before.
Okay. And Diablo 3 is something you liked?
Yeah, I played the previous Diablos too.
Okay. It seems to me it takes a lot for you to quit cold turkey, if you will.
No, because it wasn't as good as the other games.
Sort of not my point.
Oh.
Something was relatively quickly more important than something you used to do 8 hours a day.
Right, because I suddenly attached no importance to Diablo 3.
And was the time completely filled with planning the shootings?
No, there was eating, going to the gym.
Okay. That's right. You went to the gym a fair amount. What'd you like to do at the gym? What sort of exercise did you like to do? Workout?
Chest press, bench press, cardio, like the ellipticals, and treadmill.
Did you do that pretty regularly? Most people can't do it regularly.
I tried to go twice a week, but if I couldn't, I would always make it once a week at least.
Right up to the time of the shootings?
I don't recall the end of the last time I went.
Roughly right up to the time of the shooting?
So, yeah, I don't remember.
We were talking about you're stopping the video games that used to take up 8 hours a day. And you said other things filled that time, including eating, going to the gym.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much of that time between stopping the video games and the shooting, during how much of that time, roughly, did you still go to the gym?
No more than twice a week.
Okay. And did that roughly twice a week or once a week continue up until the time of the shooting?
That I don't remember. I'd have to check the logs.
Roughly how much of the day in the last week before the shootings were you spending in some kind of preparation?
Probably around 4 hours a day.
And the week or two before that, roughly how much time in preparation?
That might have been when I was going to the gun range, so a day's worth.
And at this point, you didn't have classes anymore?
No, I had dropped out.
Tell me a little more about the reasoning, the reasons that you dropped out.
One, I didn't pass my preliminary exams, and I had a lab I could have joined, but the kind of topics were less neuroscience and more genetics.
Had you wanted to, could you have retaken the prelims?
Yeah,
Tell me about the decision not to retake the prelims.
I just made the decision not to take them, and then told my advisor that I was going to leave.
At that time, pretty much that day, at that time, what did you think was going to happen in your future? What was your future looking like?
I was looking busy, I guess. I was busy with putting things together.
Busy with putting preparations for the shooting? Are you talking about or putting other things together?
Of ordering stuff for the shootings.
Okay. What else did you picture as being in your future at that time, at the time that you quit?
The end of my science career.
And what was going to be there instead of your science career?
I didn't think about it.
Not at all, as far as you remember.
Yep.
Do you recall thinking that you didn't have a career, a future at all, or do you not remember thinking that? An absence of a future?
No, I still had a future. I just didn't think about what I would do in the future.
Okay. Months before.
Okay.
Tell me about your thoughts about the future then. What was the thought about the future months before that?
Leave it up to kind of fate to decide.
And what might fate decide for you? What would be the possibilities and probabilities?
That I would either continue graduate neuroscience program or quit.
That's a pretty dichotomous set of possibilities. Any other possibilities? Anything, if I quit, then that opens up the following possibilities. If I stay, it opens up other possibilities.
If I quit, then I could move back to California and live with my uncle. Because it was like a 2-story house and he only needed 1 floor.
Is this the uncle that was sick, or?
This is the other uncle.
Okay.
Uncle Jimmy.
So that was one of the possibilities, going back to California.
All right.
Any other possibilities?
Staying in Colorado and looking for another job. I instead of looking for a job though, I looked for welfare. And I was ineligible.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. You were knowledgeable about welfare?
Ineligible.
Ineligible.
Yeah.
Okay. So had you gone back to California, Uncle Jimmy, what might you have ended up doing 5 years hence?
Maybe looking for a lab research position. Maybe a lab tech or a lab research associate.
Okay. Had you stayed in Colorado, what might have happened 5 years hence?
The same thing.
Any thoughts of being married or having family 5 years hence?
If I had a steady job, then maybe raise a family.
And you mentioned that you wanted to prepare for a family by having a job, and I think you mentioned that this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. What else did you see in your future before the mission came up? What else did you see in your future as you pictured yourself years later?
Just going on to a postdoc position, learning more techniques and stuff, and then starting the career.
Was there any particular thought or fantasy about what kind of neuroscience career that might have been, or what sub area you might have been in?
Whatever was available.
No burning desire in the direction of limbic systems or something else?
No, not really.
Okay. As we come into, say, the spring of 2012, when does that future picture start to change? How does it start to change?
It's just not there anymore.
Anything take its place?
No, it's kind of up in the air.
Anything vague taking its place?
No, because I wasn't looking ahead towards the consequences.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't looking ahead towards the consequences.
Can you estimate what the earliest point was at which you began to think about these killings?
When I bought the shotgun, I think.
The shotgun. So that was the second gun that you purchased, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember roughly when the earliest point was that you ever thought about killing anybody?
Teens, in the teens.
Tell me about those thoughts, if you would.
They would just pop up.
Tell me about the thoughts, if you would.
They were destructive thoughts towards others.
You need to paint me the picture. You need to tell me the video.
It was kind of that in an abstract way. It wasn't actually visualizing killing or anything. It was just kind of like a voice saying, like, kill people.
You mean a voice that you could hear inside or outside your head, or something else?
Like your own voice, your own mind's voice.
Different people mean different things when they say voice. Sometimes they're referring to a strong thought. Other times they're saying, yeah, it was a voice and I turned my head and there was...
No, it was internal voice.
Sorry to push it so hard. Was it an internal voice that you heard as if it were coming through your ears, or an internal thought that you realized was a thought, not an auditory phenomenon?
It was kind of the thought that is a voice in your head.
Okay. Even though you mentioned it was abstract, you did say that it would pop into your head and that there were thoughts of killing people. At least that's what I asked about. Can you be any more specific about what would pop into your head?
Just a desire to kill people.
How, who, under what circumstance?
Just like an impersonal form of a person.
No particular person that you pictured?
Oh, no one in particular.
Was it a response to somebody doing something to you or making you feel badly? Or
It might have been a response to stress.
can you be more specific?
I don't know what stressors exactly triggered it.
If I think of having stress, or people having stress, or different kinds of stress, the end result of that doesn't appear to me to be killing something. Can you make the connection for me? That stress
Then
leads to thoughts of killing a person?
yeah, that's it.
Can you make that connection for me?
That is the connection. The stressor just leads to the thoughts of killing people.
No, it's not the connection. It's 2 points. Stress is 1 point, killing somebody is the next. What's in between the 2 points?
Well, stress is the trigger.
Is it that you don't understand connecting 2 points? Or you don't know what's between the 2 points?
I'm saying the stress connects to the killing.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
If I say hunger connects to eating a plate of food, there are things between hunger and eating the food. Going to the grocery store, choosing the groceries, coming back home, turning on the stove,
Not if the food's
preparing
already
food,
prepared.
all this. So
If
what's
you're
between
hunger and then you eat a snack.
You've still got to go get it, choose it, and open it. So
Not if it's already open and chosen.
we're getting into a word game that's not really my purpose. I really want to understand that for you, there's a point of stress, at least as you described it in high school many years ago. Stress and thoughts of killing someone. And there are things in between those. You may not be aware of what they are, but there is something in between them.
Okay, if I don't know what they are, then.
Okay. Otherwise, it seems to me sort of like the old joke of lots and lots of formulae and experimentation, and then a miracle happens, and
Okay.
something. You remember that joke?
No.
Okay. If you're doing a proof, or you're doing a paper about how you get to results of your experiment,
Yeah, you have data.
it's not fair to say the data's here and a miracle happens and there's my result. You need to understand, or try to understand, what's between the data and the result, the causation, if you will.
I'm saying stress is the causation. So you're kind of removed from. You're already one step closer.
What is it about you then that makes stress per se lead to thoughts of killing people that's not present in almost anyone else?
That's just my coping mechanism.
It sounds like psychobabble to me. I'm sorry. It just does. What do you mean your coping mechanism?
That's how I deal with it.
Coming into the pictures of what comes up in your mind, quickly comes to your mind.
What was that?
I know there's noise back behind. Let's come back to the image that comes to your mind about killing someone. Once again, is there any clearer picture of that you can see? Can you fiddle with the focus knob?
Well, there's
and
kind of two
clarify?
pictures. One
Okay.
is with when I'm with someone, I have a picture of killing them, and then the other is an abstract. I get this image of just a formless person who I can't really make out, and I'm killing them.
Okay. Let's go to the one that you mentioned when you're with someone. What might be a circumstance in which you would think about killing a person that you were with at that time?
If they're being very annoying.
Can you draw me a hypothetical situation?
I don't know if they're just bothering me, then the thought will appear.
How might they be bothering you in this hypothetical situation for the thought to appear?
I guess laughing at me or something.
You mentioned yesterday or the day before about people perhaps not laughing at you, but talking derisively about you.
Right.
Is that a situation, is that an analogous situation or no?
Yeah.
Makes you mad?
No, not really.
How is that different from an angry response then?
Well, I'm not doing anything to them, and I'm not showing any anger.
We're talking about, in your mind, picturing yourself killing them.
Yeah.
I understand that you're not really killing them.
Right.
Can we make the leap to, if you visualize in your mind that you're killing somebody that laughed at you, that it's logical to think that they ticked you off? That you were angry with them?
I was using annoyed, but
Yes, you were.
I'm not sure. I don't have like outbursts or anger outbursts or anything.
I'm talking about inside you. I'm talking about what comes to mind. And that's what I think you just described.
Okay.
Something that often comes before anger is hurt. Did you feel hurt when people would talk derisively about you?
Yeah.
Whether hypothetically or not? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that one of the situations where the fantasy might appear or no? The fantasy of killing the person?
Yeah.
And what happens in the fantasy? What happens when you kill the person?
And they're not bothering me anymore.
Okay. So the bother goes away,
Right.
the annoyance goes away, or the thing that's hurting you goes away.
Right.
Seen from the other person's viewpoint, the person who's annoying or hurting you, do they feel that they've been punished or eliminated?
No, because that was all going on inside my head.
I know, but in the for the fantasy person inside your head, do they feel anything? Or is this something you can do without fear of having them feel something?
There's no fear to it.
That, and again, I maybe kind of putting words in your mouth, and I don't mean to do that. Some people who are being hurt don't want to truly hurt the other person. And sometimes that's the reason they don't retaliate
Right.
or call them on it.
Yeah.
Because for one reason or another, they don't want to escalate the situation or they don't want to hurt the other person. one can do that in his mind without hurting the other person. Does that thought resonate with what you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't intentionally want to hurt them. I just have the thought of hurting them.
Okay. Another sort of leap. What does that thought accomplish for you? I'm assuming you're feeling...
Kind of resolution.
Okay. Is there any relationship between that fantasy situation in which you've already said you don't want to actually do damage to the other person? Is there any relationship of that situation with the situation in which you did grave damage to people at the theater?
Well, then I was actually doing it. It wasn't a thought anymore.
I understand. Do you see any connection or relationship or analogy of the real with the thoughts of many years ago?
No, because they hadn't annoyed me in any way. They were kind of the formless kind of person they were.
I'm thinking, and please tell me if my thinking is correct or not correct, that there are two kind of categories. One in which someone is doing something to you or in some way making you uncomfortable or annoying you, making you feel badly, and you deal with that in fantasy. Another is a situation such as the shootings, in which the people are not doing anything to you, but you wish to take something from them and assimilate it into yourself, their value.
Yeah. They're two separate things.
Tell me what's right or wrong with that interpretation of things. Is it 100% right, 50% right, 10% right? And correct the things that aren't right, can you?
It sounds right to me.
What was your first experience with people dying? Someone dying?
I never had close contact with somebody dying.
Really?
No.
Ever been to a funeral?
Yeah.
Tell me about whose funeral?
My grandma Helen's.
How
There
long?
wasn't a casket or anything. It wasn't an open casket or a body anywhere.
So it was a memorial service as contrasted with a funeral where there's a casket.
Right.
Okay. How well did you know your grandmother?
Pretty well, yeah.
You were or were not around her as she became infirm or became ill and approached death?
I wasn't around her.
Okay. But you were close to her. Was she living nearby, or did you see her often? Or
She lived in Santa Clarita, which is kind of north of LA, so close by.
how old were you the last time you saw her?
Oh, I don't remember when she died or when.
Little boy, adolescent, college?
No, I think it was undergraduate.
Okay. Had anybody close to you, friend, schoolmate, died before that?
Nope.
Had you lost any pets?
Well, natural causes, basically.
Tell me about that. What was that?
Had a Labrador named Zuby, and I think a Scottish Terrier named Wimby.
Zumbi?
Zuby.
Zuby and Wimby?
Yeah.
Zuby and Wimby, okay. Tell me about the dogs.
They're very loyal dogs. They like to play fetch.
You're picturing those dogs, aren't you?
Yeah.
How old are you in the picture?
Oh, I'm not in the picture because I'm seeing it through my eyes, I guess.
How old were you when you had the dogs, when the dogs were in your life?
I guess like 7 or 8.
And how did they leave you? How did they die?
Well, Zuby couldn't get up anymore because he had like bad hips, so we had the vet put him down. And then Wimby, I guess, got sick. I don't know what he got sick with, but we had to put him down too.
You were pretty young, but did you go to the vet when they put the dogs down?
No, they actually like brought the vet to the house.
Oh. Were you there when the vet euthanized the dog?
No.
How did you learn that the dogs had been put to sleep?
Oh, my parents told me.
Did they warn you that they were going to do that?
I don't remember a warning. It didn't seem sudden though because they kind of depreciated.
Would you have appreciated a warning?
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
Do you remember how you felt when those dogs were put to sleep?
I was sad. I climbed a tree and cried.
Were they both put to sleep at close to the same time?
Close intervals, yeah. I was older by then, past 7 or 8. I was like early teens.
Early teen. They'd been with you a long time?
Yeah,
Were those your first dogs?
yeah. We had a third dog that we got later called Rocky. He was a poodle.
But Zuby and Wimby?
Yeah.
Zuby and Wimby, you sort of grew up with, it sounds like.
Yep.
Do you remember anything that your parents might have told you even after they put the dogs to sleep about the nature of dogs and the nature of people dying or dogs dying, getting old?
No, there's nothing surprising.
But you have a memory of climbing up in the tree and weeping and crying.
Yep.
What kind of tree was it?
Oh, I think it was a eucalyptus tree.
By yourself?
Yeah.
You ever tell anybody that story?
No.
Pretty personal story.
Yep.
And the family got another dog.
Nope.
Beg pardon?
Yeah.
When you moved away, Riverside, Colorado, did you have a pet?
No.
Any other experiences with death, animals or people?
Well, my other grandma died too.
How close to her dying were you?
I was in San Diego and she was in Carmel, so like 8 hours away.
About how old were you?
I don't remember.
Little guy, teenager, college?
It was either high school or college. I don't remember exactly.
Do you remember how you learned about her passing?
Yeah, my mom said she had gotten sick after visiting her.
So you saw her?
I didn't see her. My mom had visited her.
Okay. You remember how you felt when she died?
I was sad.
Have some good memories with her? Or not?
Yeah, Christmases together.
Do you remember whether you cried or not?
No, I didn't cry.
How about for the other grandmother?
No, I didn't cry for her either.
What do you make of the fact that you cried for the dogs and not for the grandmothers?
I was younger.
Anything else?
Nope.
By the way, I don't think it's unusual that a boy cries more for the dog than for grandmother.
Okay.
You were with the dog every day?
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you have a view? Well, let me go back some years in when you were younger, high school, college, or at the time that these people and the pets died. Did you have a view then about what happened after they died? What happens after death?
Just a dreamless sleep.
A dreamless sleep.
Yeah.
Did that apply to both the dogs and the grandmothers?
Yeah.
Where did you get that feeling of the dreamless sleep? Where do you suppose that idea came from?
I guess I just absorbed it.
I'm sorry?
I just absorbed it from my surroundings.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
I just thought that was the way things would work.
You don't recall it being something that mom said or dad said?
No, I think I came up with it on my own.
Did you ever have any thoughts about an afterlife for the dogs or for the grandmothers?
No, I don't believe in afterlife.
How about when you were a little kid?
Well, I knew about heaven and hell, but I didn't think it would apply.
Apply to?
That it wasn't the way things worked.
And how about now?
I still believe in the dreamless sleep.
Do you think much about it?
No, not really.
Think much about your own death?
Nope.
There was a possibility that you would have died in the shooting.
Then I wouldn't have to worry about anything else.
When the officers drove up, you remember what their names are? Did anybody ever tell you what their names were?
I forget what their names are.
Okay. What was the circumstance in which the officers drove up or came to you after the shooting?
Well, they drove up behind the theater because everything happened behind the theater at that point. And they were looking at Theater 8, and they had their backs to me, even though I had a gun right next to me and stuff. So I didn't shoot them, but then they came towards me, and I put my hands up, and then they knew I wasn't police.
Why were you outside the theater and not inside the theater?
I left the theater at that point and went out the back.
Had you finished? Or were you getting ready to go back in? Or?
No, at that point I just decided I was done and left.
So it wasn't that they interrupted you, you had decided that you were done.
No, I could have kept on shooting.
And that's really what I was asking. Without the police being there, what would have happened next?
Well, the magazine jammed, so my main weapon malfunctioned.
But you had 3 others.
I had 2 others on me, and I would have had to reload the shotgun, which takes so much time. So essentially, I only had the 1 handgun.
So, absent the police, what would have happened?
If there were no police,
If the cops hadn't come up to you, what would you have been doing?
they didn't come up to me. I left the theater, and then they appeared.
Understand? You have left the theater, you're outside the theater door, and the police
Aren't present.
don't see you, aren't present.
They are present.
No, but if they were not, what would have happened next?
I would have driven away.
Okay,
I don't know where I would have driven though.
okay. So you were,
I didn't have a plan exactly.
either way, you were finished with the inside of the theater. You weren't
Going to go back.
going to go back in. Okay, okay. You would have somehow driven away. You didn't have a plan.
After shooting in the theater, I didn't have a plan of whether to die or not, or to drive away, or where I would go. I kind of left that all up to the spur of the moment.
What do you make of that? And here's what I mean. The planning for what went on in the theater was
Meticulous.
I'm sorry?
Meticulous.
Meticulous, good word. The planning for what would happen afterward
Was absent, completely absent.
non-existent. It's like life stops with the theater.
Yep. And that was definitely a possibility.
A possibility, but only a possibility, not a sure thing.
Certainty.
So what I'm asking is, looking back, what do you think about the fact that all planning ended with the shooting at the theater? Didn't even include getting the car and driving away, except that you had some road stars and some first aid stuff.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I think I didn't think it through very well then.
But you're A, smart guy, and B, an extreme planner.
Right.
It seems illogical that you wouldn't think it through. And yet, I believe you when you say you didn't think it through. So, what is it that causes a smart guy, an extreme planner, not to think it through beyond the shootings?
Because I kind of figured my life would end at the shootings.
Two ways for your life to end, literally and figuratively.
Both ways. Yeah.
Sounds like you had no plan, no hope, no wish for things to go further, for your life to go further.
Except the basic biological instinct to survive.
But in your planning, a criminal,
Yeah.
would figure out where he was going to live, where he was going to get food, where he was going to get money, things like that.
All that was going to be determined for me, so I didn't have to plan anything out. So I would go to jail or I would die, and then things would take their own course.
Was there any third possibility, jail or die? Was there any third possibility?
Well, there's the third possibility of getting away, but I didn't consider that. I consider that negligent. Nil.
No.
Yeah.
And we're looking back about the way you were thinking at that time. Not the way you're thinking today, but the way you were thinking at that time. Is that what?
Yeah.
At what point in your planning and your contemplation of the mission, what you're calling the mission, did it become either jail or die and no other real no other real possibility. At what point do you think you realized that, or do you think that was a fact in your plan?
I think it was early on, at least, because I did a status posting on my Match.com and AdultFriendFinder.com. Will you visit me in prison? So I kind of knew at that point I would either go to prison or die, or go to prison and die.
So that posting wasn't just a thought or random or for effect. That posting was anticipating,
The consequences.
rather specifically anticipating.
Yeah.
That's the way you remember it?
Yep.
Roughly when did that posting take place? About how
I have no idea.
How long before the shootings? A week before? A few days before? A month before?
It could have been as long as a month before, but I don't think so.
Yeah, we're good on time. We're doing fine. There were things that could have stopped the chain of events.
Yeah.
You mentioned, for example, if the FBI had stopped you from going into the theater.
Right.
I think we talked about that yesterday, the day before, as maybe even a wish that would happen. Or no, or am I misunderstanding?
Maybe a hope.
A hope. Can you describe for me, help me understand, that you hoped the FBI might stop you, or a part of you did,
Right.
but the person who was perfectly capable physically of stopping, namely you,
Yep.
didn't stop.
I had a purpose to fulfill.
But it would have been okay with you, in fact you hoped it, if somebody else stopped your purpose, namely the FBI.
Yeah. That's also why I think I went to the psychiatrist in the first place and told him about the homicidal thoughts.
Okay. That sort of sounds like there were two parts of you going on. One part that wanted to proceed and the other part that didn't. Does that make sense?
Yes, there was like internal conflict.
Okay. Those are big words, psychobabble crap.
Okay.
But it sounds like there were two parts of you, one that wanted to proceed and one that didn't.
Yeah.
Or am I if I'm misexplaining it, then please correct me.
Well, one I wanted to be fixed to be normal, and the other was to carry out the shit.
Was the you that you thought wasn't normal, was that the thing that was creating the mission? Or was that the normal you, the thing that was creating the mission?
I don't think there is a normal me.
You don't think there's any part of you that's normal?
No, not like that.
Okay.
I just figure myself as abnormal.
The going to see Roth and then seeking help or seeking something, did that have to do you think now, with stopping you one way or another, or with fixing you, or with something else?
Yeah, with treating me.
Okay. What was, if you can remember, what was the thought? What was the hope in your mind?
I'd get the drugs and then I'd be better.
What ended up happening?
I got the drugs and it abolished my anxiety, my kind of fear of other people, and kind of maybe even facilitated it.
So when you got the drugs,
Yeah.
your anxiety around other people decreased?
Yeah, that was one of the main reasons. I'd also told her why I came to see her was to reduce the anxiety.
Okay. But coming down to what happened, when you got the drugs, I'm just saying what you said, I want to be sure that it was accurate and complete in my mind. The anxiety with people decreased. It was easier to be around people. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it change the way you felt about the people, that it was now easier to be around?
I just didn't fear them.
I'm sorry?
I didn't fear them.
The last couple of days we've talked about you hating them. Your phrase was, like you hate broccoli.
Yeah.
Not a, I want to hurt you hate, but a,
I want to get away.
I want to avoid you.
Yeah.
Is that, that's what I heard.
That's right.
Okay. So I guess that makes me ask, what did the shootings have to do, if anything, with hating people?
Just that they make me anxious, and because they make me anxious, I hate them.
You describe that hatred as wanting to avoid, because they make me anxious, I want to avoid them.
Right.
And you were pretty careful, I think, to say you did not mean because they make me anxious, I'm mad at them and I want to kill them.
No, because I wasn't mad at anybody in the theater.
Okay. And what I'm trying to put together is, and it may not go together, the shooting of the people in the theater doesn't sound like it has anything to do with, I want to avoid people. I hate broccoli and I want to avoid it. I hate people and I want to avoid them. That doesn't lead in my simple mind to a situation where you kill people. Now, this was not a simple situation, I understand.
Right. But if you kill them, then you're not dealing with them. You're avoiding them.
On the other hand, you don't have to go to the theater in the first place.
Right.
You can. There are other ways to
hermit.
avoid them besides killing them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you said earlier that the killing had to do with assuming some of their value.
Right.
Okay. Do the two things go together, or are they somehow put together?
They're completely different reasons.
Okay. Did they coexist in the killing, or was the hating like broccoli a separate thing and didn't have to do with the killing? Or do you know?
I don't think it had much to do with the killing.
Okay. And by the way, I want you to know, and whoever looks at the tape, that we're talking about something that was 2 years ago.
Right.
When you were in a very different state of mind, at least in some ways, than you are today. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The things that might have helped, what you call the drugs, and maybe there were other things that might have helped. There were 2 or 3 kinds that were tried, as I recall, right?
Clonazepam, propranolol, and sertraline.
Okay. Did you take those things as prescribed?
As directed. Yeah.
Okay. And what was the result? But you already told me that your avoidance of people went down, decreased.
Right.
Anything else happen with regard to the medications?
No, not really.
Were there any problems with the medications?
There was with the clonazepam. It had side effects.
What side effects did it have that you recall?
Maybe like tired, I think, and unable to focus.
So did you not take it because it made you tired and unable to focus?
Well, I took it for about a week, and then once I saw my psychiatrist, Stephen Fenton, then I didn't. Then she said to stop taking it, so I stopped.
Okay. You stopped seeing them at some point. I'm trying to think of the order of the appointments. You kept every appointment that was made, as I recall.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the last appointment, you communicated in some way that this was going to be the last
This was the
appointment.
last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as I recall, even left a little early. This is it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
accurate.
Why did you make that your last appointment?
I don't know why.
If there was a wish to fix you, or to, on the one hand, fix things, fix your mind, and on the other hand, prevent the mission from taking place, prevent the track that things were on, to stop that.
That kind of overruled the treatment.
It overruled the treatment.
Yeah.
Pretty strong force.
Yep.
Where does such a strong force come from?
I don't know. It just took hold of my mind.
I'm sorry,
Took hold of my mind.
took hold of your mind. There are some pretty strong forces that take hold of people's minds sometimes. The impulse to drink for alcoholics, to shoot up for heroin addicts, to do other things.
Yep.
Any thoughts about why this took such irrevocable hold of your mind, such unbeatable hold of your mind?
I don't know why it dominated, but it did.
But it did, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think of any other ways to stop it?
Well, at that point, I was more concerned with going through with it than stopping it.
The going through with it, the picture in your mind was that everything was going to end with the mission. That is, you didn't plan beyond the mission. It sounds as if, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, that nothing existed for you of import beyond the mission.
Right.
Okay. Did you see anything about the mission that said it was a wrong thing to do?
Not sure.
Seems like a pretty simple question.
Well, I knew it was legally wrong. Because you get punished for killing people.
Yep. I'm thinking more about inside you. You're a person going through life at that point. You haven't been arrested at that point. You're thinking you may well be arrested or may be killed. No matter what you do, if I'm thinking right about the way you were thinking, life is going to end one of two ways. You're going to be killed or you're going to be put in prison, arrested. But between here and those things, thinking back on July 1st, 5th, 19th, 20th, there are people that are going to be killed and wounded.
Right.
Is there anything wrong with doing that in your state at that time?
I just consider the numbers really, not people.
How's that?
Well, I consider that it was going to be a number of people that died, kind of in conglomerate mass or something.
But as you went into the theater, you saw individual people buying tickets, getting popcorn.
No, I didn't look at any of the people.
You must have, because you didn't bump into them. You looked at them one way or
Well,
another.
I didn't like single them out as individuals.
As you drove to the theater, you didn't go out of your way to hit pedestrians or run over dogs.
I was concentrating on getting to the theater without getting pulled over.
We come back to the concept of the things that lay at that point between you and dying or being arrested, those two things. Did it ever cross your mind that you were going to hurt people?
Not real people. It was just kind of amorphous people. People are going to get hurt, not John Doe or whatever.
If a little old lady had crossed the street in front of you on the way to the theater, would you have put on your brakes?
I would have avoided.
Okay. And why?
Because
what would have gone into avoiding that person?
That would have interfered with me carrying out the plan in going to the theater.
And that's the only reason you would have avoided hitting the little old lady?
Plus, that's kind of personal, hitting a little old lady with your car.
You don't know her. Never saw her before in your life. You don't know her name.
Okay, I guess it's not personal.
I'm sorry?
It's not personal then.
So once again, this is kind of a rhetorical question, but I'd like an answer. The only reason you wouldn't hit the little old lady is that it might interfere with your getting to the theater for your mission.
Well, and I didn't plan on hitting the old lady. It would have been a surprise.
And that's why this is a kind of a hypothetical question. It doesn't really exist. But it may give us some insight into the way you were thinking. You are not saying, one of the things you're not saying, and perhaps that's saying something, you're not saying that that's the only reason you wouldn't have hit the little old lady.
Right, I'm saying there's another reason.
And the other reason is
I didn't plan to hit an old lady. I wasn't prepared for it. So it would have come as a kind of a shock.
And so the two reasons that you wouldn't have hit the old lady, is that A, it would have interfered with the mission, and B, it would have been some visceral reaction to an unplanned situation.
That sounds about right.
Not to hit the little old lady.
Yeah.
people who were in the theater, how do you feel about them now?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're gonna make me know them though.
At the trial, you mean?
Yeah.
I expect so. Let me go back to just after the shootings happened, in the day or two after the shootings happened.
Okay.
Wait, did you say okay?
Oh, I said okay.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts about the victims, the people that were shot, etc.?
No, I just heard the numbers. It was like over 50 wounded and 12 died.
What came to mind as you heard the numbers?
It was new information. I didn't know that while I was in the theater.
Any feelings come to mind? Any pictures or feelings come to mind as you got that information?
Just that I was worth 12 more people than I was before.
Okay. Do the wounded count in your worth in that way of thinking about things, or no?
I only count fatalities.
Okay. So is there a difference in the way you think about the wounded than in the way you think about the deceased, about the dead?
Yes.
And what are the two ways that you think about it?
What are the two?
What are the two ways? What are the ways you think about the dead versus the way you think about the wounded?
Well, the dead can't be repaired or come back to life or be normal again. So it's kind of irreversible.
And what I heard you say was that accrues to something positive for you.
Right.
Okay. What about the wounded?
They're like collateral damage, I guess.
Any thoughts about them after the event?
I regret they had to be wounded.
In what sense do you regret that? Excuse me. In what sense? What do you mean by I regret that they had to be wounded?
Rather than like the bullets just missing them or something.
Do you think there was any chance at all that the bullets would just miss people unless they were destined to die?
I think it was statistical. You shoot enough bullets into a crowd, you're going to hit somebody.
Can you help me understand the regret that you felt that they had to be wounded?
Well, they get debilitated, and some get paralyzed or lose limbs, and like it's too bad that couldn't have been avoided.
Is your view that it couldn't be avoided?
It couldn't be avoided because I'm basically shooting blind into this crowd of people, so.
But that's the way you set it up.
Right. So it couldn't be avoided.
But that's the way you set it up.
So if I had set it up differently and like aimed specifically for the people, I guess it could have been different.
You set it up so that people would be wounded, not killed. Does that make sense?
Not intentionally. I set it up so that people would die.
How is it not intentional that you set up a situation, you planned it meticulously, to use your word, that you wouldn't be able to see well or aim well?
Right. So
which is the way that people
keep
get
it
wounded.
impersonal.
Which is the way that people get wounded instead of killed, instead of all killed.
So I didn't know a way to make it impersonal and still be able to kill them.
But once again, you're a smart guy, and you plan meticulously. I think of situations, and it's a hypothetical thought, of course, of snipers. They get very, very good at what they do and tend to kill rather than wound.
Right. Well, as I said, my aim wasn't that great, so I couldn't really do a sniper.
Okay, we can pick a different way to do it. My point is that intellectually, your argument seems to be failing to me. That people got wounded because of the way you set it up.
Right. That's true. People got
Okay.
wounded.
Because of the way you set it up.
Yes, because of
Okay.
the way, the nature.
The people who were killed, that, as I understand it, there's no regret or less regret for the ones that were killed because you accrue their value. At least that's the way you felt at that time. Is that right?
Right.
Did you have any thought about those that they left behind? Their
Also
relatives?
collateral damage.
The argument begins to sound pretty quickly like the ends justify the means. Make sense?
Yeah.
If that's not a reasonable way to think about it, I really would like to hear what your view of it was at that time. Not necessarily looking back at it, but what your view was at that time and before the shootings. That there was an awareness, at least intellectual awareness, it seems to me, of lots of collateral damage.
Right.
But the end justified the means. Is that a reasonable way of thinking about it or not?
There was no way to avoid it. And with that plan.
With that plan, there was no
Yeah.
way to avoid.
And I was already dedicated to the plan.
What do you suppose locked you into that plan?
Just that it was realistic and it could be done.
But the collateral damage was part of the realistic part, and that was going to happen.
Well, I didn't figure the collateral damage had anything to do with me
Really?
after the crime. It wouldn't matter.
To you or to anybody?
To me.
Would it matter to somebody else?
Certainly the people who were injured, yeah.
And how about to the people who were family members of the people who died?
Yeah, them too.
Okay. Did those folks come to mind at all as you were planning?
No.
Even as it's logical that this will happen, but the end justifies the means?
There was no fear of consequences.
I'm sorry?
There was no fear of consequences.
Was there any awareness of consequences?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious as to how you made the awareness of consequences evolve into a lack of fear or concern about the consequences.
I don't understand the question.
I don't think you're a cruel guy.
Okay, I don't either.
Okay. I don't think you're a cruel guy. You don't go out and, I mean, in the lab you may sacrifice rats, okay?
Right.
But you don't go out and hit little old ladies and you cry when your dog dies. You don't go and torture animals or anything like that. I don't think you're a cruel guy.
Okay.
But somehow, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, the awareness that other people would be badly hurt was not enough to stop the mission. And it sounds as if you're telling me that the awareness that they would be hurt somehow became a lack of concern about the consequences to them or anybody else.
Right.
Okay. Can you help me with how that,
Why that is the way it is.
and why is sort of an odd question. Sometimes why is not the right question.
Okay.
But it may be in this case. I'm wondering about the process. How does it go from there are going to be many people hurt in lots of different ways? How does it move from, okay, that's going to happen, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I have no concern for the consequences? Because I think in general, you do have concern for at least many other people.
Right, so that's all kind of appearing now that it's after the fact that it's happened. But before it happened, I wasn't counting on dealing with any of it because I could have died.
And you're bringing another part into it that may be real important. You said not dealing with it. I'm not remembering your exact words, but not dealing with the consequences.
Right. So now I have to deal with the consequences.
Before the shootings,
I didn't think ahead, so I wouldn't have to deal with the consequences.
right after the shooting, were you concerned with the wounded or whether anybody was going to get hurt at the apartment?
I inquired if a child was hurt because I saw a sign that said like child division homicide or something.
As you came into the Aurora,
Yeah, I inquired over
PD,
the investigators.
and did anybody tell you one way or the other whether a child was hurt?
No, they were evasive.
What do you
But
think?
I put it together
What did you put together?
that a child was killed the next day, I think.
How did you react at that time when you put that together?
That I tried to minimize child fatalities by choosing midnight, PG-13.
Okay, so it would be grown-ups at that showing of that particular movie. Is that what you're saying?
That was what was intended, yeah. So it wouldn't be like,
Once you learned that a child was killed, that you had killed a child,
yeah, it was remorseful.
tell me more. Remorseful is 3 syllables. Tell me more in 1 syllable words or so of how you felt.
That I was sad that a child had died.
Did you think much about it?
Yeah.
Do you still think much about it?
I don't know how it could have been avoided though, other than changing the plan to something else.
If you had known that a child was going to be killed, would you have changed the plans, do you think?
No, I think I would have still carried them out.
If you had known that lots of children were going to be hurt, dozens of children were going to be hurt,
Then I'd have to change the plan to make it impersonal and not with children.
and you were aware that dozens of children were hurt,
I'm not aware of that. I didn't know this.
I'm sorry?
I'm not aware of that.
Once again, you're a smart guy. You think about the plan meticulously,
Right,
but not much about the consequences of the plan.
right.
What about the children of people who are killed? Are they hurt?
I didn't consider family and friends of the deceased or the wounded.
What do you think now? Are the children hurt when their parents are killed?
Yep.
Are they hurt when their parents are wounded?
Yeah.
So at least in that sense, dozens of children were hurt.
Indirectly,
The children are still hurt.
yeah.
Does that make you feel anything as we talk?
Not so great.
Tell me a little more. What do you mean not so great?
Well, it wasn't my intention to kill children or leave them parentless or like that stuff.
Soon after the shootings, days, weeks, did you think that there were some children? Did it occur to you that there were some children who were parentless?
Who or what?
Who were parentless? Who'd lost one or both parents?
No, I never took that perspective.
Did it ever cross your mind, other than taking the perspective, did it ever cross your mind that there were
No.
children who now had lost a parent?
I'd only considered the children who'd been directly hurt.
And as you're approaching the mission, approaching the shooting, it sounds as if it didn't occur to you. One way or another, it did not occur to you that some of the people that were going to be killed would be parents.
No, didn't occur to me.
You've talked about remorse or regret. You've used the word a couple of times. Almost, and I'm not sure of the feeling that goes into the words. Can you help me understand the feeling that goes into the words remorse and regret as you're using them the last couple of days with me?
That's kind of hard because they are the descriptors of the feeling.
What are some other ways to describe the feelings that you have about remorse and regret? If you have them, I'm not assuming that.
I don't know.
Do you have those feelings?
Sometimes.
When did they come to you? When do those feelings come?
Just when I'm alone in my cell.
That's a lot. You're alone a lot.
Right.
Any particular time of the day or night that those feelings come to you?
Not really, no.
Sometimes make it hard to sleep, for example.
No.
Okay. Was there any time, you've been in jail for a couple of years now, was there any time, early, middle, late, that the feelings were more or less, or interfered more or less with you?
They were more right after, or shortly after.
Tell me what that was like. I'm interested in what that was like.
I don't know what to tell you.
Just tell me what it was like. What was it like soon after the shooting? What'd you feel like?
Kind of a now what am I going to do situation.
Now what am I, in what context, now what am I going to do?
Right.
I don't understand quite what you, now what am I going to do?
That's kind of how I felt.
Meaning, what am I going to do for lunch, or what am I going to do with the rest of my life, or
Yeah,
what?
In the long term, I guess.
Anything else about the way you felt about remorse or regret after the shootings, right after the shootings?
No.
the folks that died, the value, or what are the best words to use? The value, the power that they had, that accrues to you. What's the best word to use? What comes to you as a result of their dying?
Their value.
Their value. Can you describe to me what value means in that sense?
Just what they're worth.
And what do you mean they're worth?
I don't know how else to explain it.
Lots of kinds of worth. What kind of worth do you mean?
Their worth in totality.
Earning potential? Value of the chemicals that make up their bodies? What do you mean?
Just their value as a human being.
Okay. Their value as a human being. Does that bring up any thoughts or pictures of what one's value as a human being means, or what it is?
I just designated arbitrary value of like 1 to each person.
I want to ask one what?
1 value unit. I don't know.
Is a value unit a big thing? Really, really significant? Or is a value unit a little thing and it takes lots of them to make up something significant?
1 is significant enough.
1 is significant enough. And you had 12.
Right.
Okay. Their value as a human being. Does that seem to jibe with your effort to not see them as human beings? Or does that not
see them as individuals, like personally individuals?
And I don't mean to be playing games with you, but you did see them as human beings because that's their value.
Right, their value as a
beings.
human being. So, as a human being, they have this value, and I can take that value.
Was it successful?
Yes.
In what way for you was it successful?
I increased my self-worth, and I didn't have to die.
Can you talk to me about how your self-worth is increased, in what way you see that?
Well, it's at a value of 13.
In what way then are you enhanced?
I'm worth 13, whereas a normal person's worth 1. Or, yeah.
Do you feel that value 13 or 12 times more than you did before?
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, how about really?
Well, it's only theoretical in nature. So.
No, it's pretty real in nature. How about really? What do you feel in terms of the feeling of increase in you or your worth?
Right, my worth is a lot more.
Okay. And what do you feel is more? What does that feel like to be more?
Just that I feel better than before.
Okay. Many, many times better, lots and lots better, or incrementally better?
Incrementally.
Can you put your finger on any of the things that trouble you less, for example, or that you do better now than you did before July 20th?
You're kind of getting at what the value actually is.
Sure.
See, it's just in value.
Otherwise, it's just keeping score. I'm
Right.
asking you, what is it that is better about you, in your view, or that feels better about you?
That I didn't have to suicide.
Okay. Do you sometimes think about suicide since the killings, or no?
Yes.
A lot, or just a little?
A lot.
Every day?
Maybe once a week.
So is that better or not better or the same as it was before the killings?
My environment's worse, so I'd say it's about the same.
Before the killings, you weren't aware of feeling suicidal. That's what you said.
I transferred them, yeah.
You weren't aware of feeling suicidal. That's what you said. Did I misunderstand it, or did you misspeak?
When I would feel suicidal, I would transfer that into homicide.
Actually, you were pretty specific that you never felt suicidal. That
Because I would transfer.
that what you felt was homicidal, and you deduced that the homicidal was preventing the suicidal feelings.
Right.
Am I remembering that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And now you do feel suicidal, at wanting to hurt yourself, wanting to kill yourself. Is that right?
Yeah, because I've already done the homicidal.
How strongly do the suicidal feelings get sometimes? What's the worst they get?
Just they get bad.
And what's bad? How can you explain to me what bad is? How bad they get?
Whereas I'm contemplating a plan to suicide or not.
Have you tried it?
Yes and no, I guess.
Tell me about the yes part.
I was trying to bang my head open in the cell. They'd had to put me in the hole or suicide watch. They had to put me in suicide watch, and I was still banging my head on the cell doors and stuff.
That was the day that you fell backwards off your bunk?
Right.
Okay. And did you also banged your head against the wall on that day?
In the suicide watch, yeah.
Okay. I've seen both those cells, as you know, when I was there a week or two ago.
Okay.
How many times did you fall backward or from your
Only
bunk?
twice. They took me to suicide watch on the second time.
Do you remember the thoughts you were having at that time when you were thinking about it or doing it? Falling backward from your
I don't
bunk?
know why I was falling backward.
Now, do you remember the thoughts you were having? What you were thinking about?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember climbing up on the bunk?
Yeah, and falling backwards.
Let's take it a little at a time. You climbed up on the bunk. You remember standing on the bunk?
Yes.
I remember seeing you in one of the cell videos standing on the bunk.
Okay.
And you're looking kind of straight ahead, I guess. What happens next? In kind of slow motion, what happens next?
I just lean back and then fall.
What did you think might happen, or what were your thoughts then about what might happen when you fell back?
I don't know what I was thinking.
Then they put you in the hole.
Yep.
Use your word. That's a pretty crappy place to be.
Yeah, bad environment.
Very bad environment. Barbaric environment.
Yep.
Tell me about being there.
Well, first off, I couldn't see because I didn't have my contacts, and people had like scratched a bunch of stuff into the walls, and I started interpreting them as messages.
Do you remember what was scratching the walls or what your interpretation was at that time?
Well, someone scratched like Ethiopia or something. I thought that was kind of applicable.
Applicable?
Applicable.
In what way?
And that it was kind of an Ethiopian environment.
Okay. And I didn't realize you didn't have your contacts at the time. That you couldn't see. Or you couldn't see very well.
Couldn't see very far.
Before that, in the days before this happened, had you been getting your contacts regularly and able to wear them?
Yeah, but I had them out because I was going to go to sleep. But then I did the head.
What time of day was it that
It was at night.
Okay, it was at night, so that's why you had them out.
Yep.
Did you ask for your contacts
No,
or glasses or something?
I figured there wasn't much to see anyway.
That must have made it even worse,
I guess.
not being able to see. At some point, they came in and strapped you to a chair and started an IV.
Put an IV and took me to Denver Health.
I'd like to hear more about that, but I think we're going to have to stop for tonight.
Okay.
Sounds like a very, once again, crappy experience.
Yep.
Once again, anything that you want me to leave with? Any thoughts you want me to leave with?
Nope.
Okay. Thanks for talking with me again, and I'll see you tomorrow about 9 o'clock, okay?